Wir bitten Sie darum, alle Platz zu nehmen, damit
Please take your seats so that we can begin. So it would be very nice if you could all take your seats
wir anfangen.
so that we can start. We have ample time for conversations as we go through this assembly, so please all take your seats. Im Partner. This fourth assembly of the Synodal Path, we'd like to start by saying, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Auf dem Weg, auf dem synodalen Weg,
on this path, this synodal path, the way of Jesus, this path is marked by encounters with the distressed, the mourning, those in search for an answer. He sees them, allows himself to be interrupted, and to be called to the presence of God with them. Hungry people, crying people, people hoping for justice, pronounced blessed by Jesus. Some of these encounters are told in the Gospels, and they present Jesus as an individual who is asking attentively, who is being touched, and he asks questions. In those spiritual moments of the Synodal Assembly, we'd like to talk about 5 encounters in which Jesus asks questions, in which Jesus asks the questions that pose to him. Those 5 encounters are to be reflected on and shed some light on. The fact that Jesus let himself be touched and answers and encounters people also leads him, at least this is something that we can assume, to make this part of his prayers. And that is why we'd like to just have a psalm followed by those 5 encounters. And the psalms are about Jesus being one of them, and we can use those psalms as a sign of the presence of God. We will hear those psalm songs, and with every one of those songs, we will have a small red cross put in the synodal cross. Now, Mr. Fischer, who designed the cross, further developed it for this synodal assembly. 5 stigmata is what this is about. These wounds of humankind and also the wounds that occur in the history of our church, these wounds have their place with Jesus Christ. This is what that is supposed to symbolize, and it's going to be like a red thread throughout this synodal assembly. The question is, how are these wounds of Jesus Christ and these markings connected with each other, and what is the decisiveness that we derive from that? Do we conclude that because Jesus Christ was a searching person, a person hoping for justice, that we should do the same and that we will do the same? So the first story, however, is not on a path, but it relates to the Nativity of Mary, and that is why this is a wedding story that we picked as the first story, and you are welcome to join in these spiritual moments. So we invite you to take part. Please take your handbook, your manual for the Synodal Path, and we are singing the first song now.
Ein Wunder vollbracht und im Licht so gedacht. Deine Liebe durchformte mein Leben, wie ein Wort ich von dir wissen konnte. Ehe der Tag mir begann und das Dunkle verrann, warst du Licht, das mein Leben besonnte. Dein Wort mich gebaut und mein Name lag dir auf der Zunge. In den Mund, der kaum wusste zu sprechen, ist der Ton schon gesenkt, ist das Lied mir geschenkt, das auf immer das Schweigen kann brechen. Dass die Kleinen dir singen. Gib mir Gott lebenslang deines Namens Gesang, um die drohende Nacht zu bezwingen.
Was willst du von mir, Frau?
Woman, what do you want from me?
Das sagst du mir? Auf diese Worte war ich
Strange.
nicht gefasst.
Is this a question? I wasn't prepared for this.
Ist es eine Frage?
Is it a question?
Wehrst du ab, Jesus?
Are you fending me off, Jesus?
Ist es eine Einladung?
Is it an invitation?
Was ich von dir will,
What I want from you,
mit dir, wie du,
I want to
mit
live
Gott
with you,
und von Gott
with
her
God,
leben.
out of God, just like you,
Mit den Menschen,
with the people,
der Verheißung trauen.
trusting the promise.
Steht sie noch?
Is it still valid?
Bei all den Erfahrungen und
With
Wegen,
all that I've
die ich
experienced,
neben dir hergehe,
on all the ways that I've been walking next to you, sometimes close,
meist fern von dir,
mostly far from you,
steht die Verheißung noch?
is it still valid? Is the promise still valid?
Du gehst auf die Menschen zu, du feierst mit ihnen.
You approach
hörst ihnen
people,
zu.
you celebrate with them, you listen to them.
Manche feiern mit,
and some celebrate with you and walk with you.
manche lehnen dich ab.
Some reject you.
Manche können es kaum glauben.
Some cannot
Fragen,
believe
zweifeln,
what
sind
you say. They doubt.
orientierungslos.
They run about being disoriented.
Was will ich?
What do I want?
Ich erhebe meine Augen zu den Bergen. Woher kommt mir Hilfe? Ich erhebe meine Augen zu den Bergen. Woher kommt mir Hilfe? Meine Hilfe kommt von dir, Gott, der Himmel und Erde erschaffen hat. Gott lässt meinen Fuß nicht wanken und schläft nicht. Gott lässt deinen Fuß nicht wanken und schläft nicht. Gott lässt deinen Fuß nicht wanken und schläft nicht. Gott lässt deinen Fuß nicht wanken und schläft nicht. Ich erhebe meine Augen zu den Bergen. Woher kommt mir Hilfe? Ich erhebe meine Augen zu den Bergen. Woher kommt mir Hilfe? Meine Hilfe kommt von dir, Gott, der Himmel und Erde erschaffen hat. Gott behüte dich beim Gehen und beim Kommen. 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 Von nun an bis in Ewigkeit. Von nun an bis in Ewigkeit.
Jesus Christus. Maria ist mit uns auf dem
Jesus
Weg.
Christ, Maria's with us. Mary's with us on this path, also in days like
Sie
this.
begleitet uns.
She accompanies us.
Mit ihr können wir dich und die Menschen
With
mehr
her,
kennen und
we
lieben
can find out more about you and the other people,
was an
so
Gutem
that
angelegt ist.
we can let those things grow, those good
Segne uns
roots
und all die
that are there
Menschen,
already.
deren Anliegen,
Bless us and all those individuals
Hoffnungen
whose
und
concerns,
Nöte
hopes,
Raum haben.
and ideas we give room
Segne die
here
Menschen,
in this
die du uns
assembly.
anvertraut hast.
Bless those individuals that you gave to us. Bless every individual
Schenk
here
uns
on
Mut
earth.
und Besonnenheit.
Give us the courage and
Öffne unsere
determination.
Sinne und
Open
unser
our
Herz
senses
im
and our
Sprechen und
hearts
Schweigen.
in speaking and in silence.
Dann, wenn wir Orientierung suchen,
Then, when we need a point of orientation, when we fight, and when we walk towards each other,
segne und ermutige
bless
uns.
and encourage us.
Du dreieiner Gott, du Vater,
You, Father,
du Jesus Christus,
you, Jesus Christ,
du Heilige Geist,
you, Holy
Amen.
Ghost, and force of
Uns
ghosts.
trägt die Hoffnung,
Amen.
die Maria
We
trug.
carry this hope that Mary carried, and let us sing with her about that.
Mit dir, Maria, singen wir von Gottes Heil in unserer Zeit. Uns trägt die Hoffnung, die du trugst. Es kommt der Tag, der uns befreit. Hell strahlt ein Lied durch jede Nacht. Ich preise Gott, Magnifikat. Himmel und Erde hat er gemacht, mein Gott, der mich erhoben hat. Mit dir, Maria, singen wir von Gottes Heil in unserer Zeit. Uns trägt die Hoffnung, die du trugst. Es kommt der Tag, der uns befreit.
Du bist
Du weißt um Tränen, Kreuz und Leid. Du weißt, was Menschen heute liegt. Doch du besiegst ihn, der befreit. Weißt, dass das Leben letztlich siegt. Du, Maria, singen wir von Gottes Heil in unserer Zeit. Uns trägt die Hoffnung, die du trugst. Es kommt der Tag, der uns befreit. Hell strahlt ein Lied durch jede Nacht, transport die Lebensmelodie. Es kommt der sanft und fröhlich macht, der deinem Lied den Glanz verlieh. Mit dir, Maria, singen wir von Gottes Heil in unserer Zeit. Uns trägt die Hoffnung, die du trugst. Es kommt der Tag, der uns befreit.
Sehr geehrte Synodale, liebe
Dear
Geschwister,
Synod members, dear brothers and sisters, thank you so much for the wonderful spiritual moments you have given us just now, and a warm welcome to all of you. Dear members of the Synodal Assembly, dear advisors and observers, dear guests and dear journalists here in Frankfurt, dear supporters and interested individuals that join us virtually and feel connected to us via the live stream. On behalf of the Synodal Committee of the Synodal Path, the two of us would like to welcome you warmly to the Fourth Synodal Assembly.
particularly warm welcome to everybody who joins us from abroad via our English live stream. We, the Synodal Assembly, are very grateful that you are accompanying us on our way, especially at this point when we are taking decisions. What we will debate during the upcoming sessions will guide our community into a new chapter of Catholicism in Germany. Keep in mind that we are part of the pilgrim people of God, and keep us in your prayer. Jetzt liegt bereits ein gutes Stück.
Well, a great part of the synodal journey is already behind us. Much has already been worked out. Much has been set in motion. And nevertheless, there is a great and strenuous part of this path that still lies ahead of us, in which we have to walk together in listening to one another and in listening to the Word and the ordination of God. It'll be important now to bring the multi-layered deliberations, considerations, discussions, and reflections into a form. It must be suitable for turning the basic concerns of the synodal path into a sustainable church reality. We want a new type of action. This certainly is not an easy task, but we've noticed in the past synodal assemblies that we can work together in a concentrated and objective manner. In the Synodal Committee, we are very hopeful that the good work in the synodal forums, with the profound reflections at the Fourth Synodal Assembly, will lead to trend-setting decisions. So let us tackle it together one more time. But first, a few greetings, notes, and some preliminary remarks. As you look around, you may miss one or two familiar faces. There are various reasons for this. A few individuals join us virtually due to some special health requirements, and others could not attend the meeting for various reasons, be it illness or other professional obligations, etc., and therefore could not take part in the meeting. This includes the Apostolic Nuncio, Archbishop Dr. Nikola Peterovich, who's currently with the other nuncios at a meeting that takes place every 3 years in Rome, so he cannot be in Germany at the moment. He sends his apologies, and he sent his representative, Monsignor Dr. Sebastiano Sana, Secretary of the Nunciature. Dear Monsignor Sana, we also welcome you and look forward to talking with you. There he is. Also new in our circle, I'd like to welcome very warmly the Bishop of Antwerp, Bishop Dr. Johan Bonney. We also met in Karlsruhe recently. He is an observer of the Belgian Bishops' Conference. Welcome to you as well. We had to say goodbye to Hanna Porolorala, who until now has participated in the Synodal Path on behalf of the Czech Bishops' Conference. And there were also some changes among the Synod members. Elena Ils and Professor Dr. Charlotte Kräuter-Kirchhoff were appointed to replace Caroline Hasenauer and Bruno Venn, who left the Synodal Assembly for personal reasons. While the latter has already served as an advisor to Synodal Forum 1, Ms. Ilz will be getting to know our synodal cooperation for the first time. To both of you, I'd like to wish a lot of strength and support by the Holy Spirit. Welcome to both of you. And to Mr. Hasenauer and Mr. Venn, I'd like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart and vergelt's Gott for your commitment.
Seit unserer letzten Synodalversammlung ist viel Positives. Und jetzt?
Oh, and can you hear me now? Okay, so I have to sit in the bishop's chair, apparently.
Nochmal von vorne.
So again, let me start from the top. Since our last Synodal Assembly, many positive and continued things have happened, of which it is worth reporting on, at least briefly. First of all, there has been immense work that's been done in the 4 synodal forums. No fewer than 14 draft texts were prepared for this synodal assembly, revised, commented on, edited, and thus prepared for submission. I'd like to reach out to all those individuals who are involved in this task, both in terms of content and organization, and say thank you for your contributions. In the meantime, the 102nd Day of Catholics, the Katholikentag, also took place in Stuttgart. And this is where the Synodal Path was present not only in a variety of topics and discussions, but we also had our own stand on the Church Mile. To those of you who were involved here in providing their time, I'd also like to thank you for giving the Synodal Path a face, a voice, and an open ear. Now, we are happy to take on board the encouragement that Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier gave us on his visit to the Synodal Path and pass it on. He said, hang in there and keep up your courage. In the meantime, the German report on the Synodal Path of the Universal Church has been completed and sent to the Synodal Secretariat in Rome. In an impressive way, it became clear how important it is for us Catholics in Germany not to discuss their topics and questions in isolation, but rather to bring them into the discourse of the worldwide Church. We look forward with many hopes and expectations to the further development of the Synodal Path. A great word of thanks also goes out to all those who in the dioceses, in the parishes, in the associations, or as individuals have thought about the future shape of this church. The fact that the topics and questions of the Catholic Church in Germany are by no means singular, separate, or even idiosyncratic is shown by just taking a look at the manifold discussions among Catholics in other countries and continents. In this respect, the special publication Weltkirche im Aufbruch, Synodal Path, Paths, which translates into Universal Church in Motion, Synodal Path, published in the series Herde, is a special success for which a very special thank you goes out to all those involved. Numerous voices from the World Church the Universal Church are clearly audible here, and the diversity becomes just as palpable as the common ground that allows us all to be one church together. You've all received this booklet so that you can get an impression of it for yourselves. Since the booklet is also available online in English and Italian and was sent out worldwide, it is at the same time a contribution of the Church in Germany to the worldwide Synodal Path, which has already received much attention. We are particularly grateful to Cardinal Mario Grech, the Secretary General of the Synod of Bishops, for the encouraging words he found in the interview printed in this issue. And now we're going to test to see if the technology is on our side. I'm going to try to turn on the microphone. See, it is the bishop's spirit that makes things work here. Okay. Now, a review of the period since the last Synodal Assembly wouldn't be complete if it did not also address the negative and terrible events that have occurred since then. In the first place, there is certainly the senseless, cruel, and inhuman war of aggression with which Russian President Vladimir Putin has overrun his neighboring country of Ukraine. There is no reason for this aggression that is in any way comprehensible, and any form of pseudo-religious dressing up means an additional crime against people's faith. We stand full of horror and incomprehension before the sleeping wound which is inflicted here on the community of the Christians. We think of all the people who have to pay the price for these crimes with unspeakable suffering. They pay the price of having to lose their lives. And above all, also, we think of the children who are robbed of a good future. We're closely united with Pope Francis and his urgent call for peace that he keeps reiterating. But this war is also a reminder to us of how close the relapse from the supposedly enlightened civilization into inhuman barbarism is, and how fragile and endangered every peace remains, and how grateful we must be for it. We can feel that when we look at the repercussions of the war on our economic sphere and our social community in our country and in the rest of Europe as well. Our efforts for the future of the Church experience thereby also an impulse of humility. And this also is part of the special calling for us and all other humans in this world. But there are also other burdens to be mentioned that that the times have brought. There is the corona pandemic, which we cannot yet leave behind us, even though it seems to be increasingly becoming part of our everyday life. And then there is the current handling of abuse, sexual violence, and its cover-up in the Church. The expert reports that were published in the dioceses of Münster and Trier have once again made us aware of the fact that we still have to come to terms with the past and overcome the past in order to do justice to those affected, at least to some extent, even if it is late. And the individuals affected will also raise their voices here in the Synodal Assembly and provide us with their feedback on our work. Then the discord, the criticism of those responsible the loss of trust, the departure of even many committed people, the disorientation, the despair of those who remained, and the decline of church culture and Christian community spirit also belong here. There must be an incentive for us to continue on this synodal path as a path that we embarked on originally as it was to be a path of repentance and renewal. And with all matters of honesty, not to risk its failure in all the honest and open debates that we have. Differences of opinion are legitimate and must be named as such. They must not lead to the abandonment of the common path. They may never lead to this.
In this context, we should also consider the critical hints and admonitions that have been brought forward to us with a view to the synodal path. We take them seriously and appreciate them, provided that they are the result of true brotherly and sisterly solicitude and positive consultation. But whenever there is cutting irony, whenever there are reproaches and accusations without actually paying regard to what is going on here in reality, we are going to kindly but determinedly reject such accusations. That's what we did in summer when we got some accusations from Rome without any specific sender being mentioned, raising problems and issues that have from the very beginning been settled in our statutes and procedural rules. And Irme Stetter-Karp and myself have responded together. As I've reported to you yesterday, I am in a good exchange with the General Secretary of the Synod, Cardinal Mario Grech, and the Relator General, Cardinal Jean-Claude Hollerich. Unfortunately, the previously envisaged path of joint discussions between the Roman Secretariat of the Universal Synod and our Synodal Committee has not come true, and the report by Archbishop Schick on the criminal and administrative court novelties must actually be omitted because there are no news. I have written again to Cardinal Parolin with and reminding him of the long letter I had written to him dated September last year, and I've just received an answer that the response is being in preparation in Rome and that Rome would approach us for further discussions. This is a positive sign, and I would like to thank for that. In the feedback, in the context of the Universal Synod, we have felt that we are not alone with our questions, as Ms. Stetter-Karp has pointed out, and we are going to intensively continue the work on the tasks that we have set for ourselves. And in the weeks to come, we are going to make use of every opportunity of making and contact and keeping in touch with Rome. I am personally going to do so when I pay a visit in early October and other occasions, and there will be the ad limina visit in November, and there will be synodal topics raised during this meeting. In particular, there will be a meeting of the Pope, the prefects of various dicasteries, and all the bishops. Above all, I am grateful that numerous members of the Synodal Assembly have intensively used and are still going to use their opportunities of talking about the synodal path. There are two beautiful examples to illustrate just that. The president of the Diocesan Council and the Bishop of Dresden-Meißen are one case in point, and a delegation of the Regional Committee of the Catholics in Bavaria are another. Please follow their example, do move forward, speak to those who are responsible, because it should not all be left up to the committee of the Synod. Whenever we look at the program of this meeting, the agenda of this meeting, we can see that the committed and ambitious work in the synodal forums for us has brought about the consequence of a tremendous workload. It is tremendous and at the same time it is encouraging. A huge number of texts, a huge amount of topics that we will need to cope with, and the challenge will be to always attentively listen to what others want to tell you and what the Spirit of God wants to tell you. As I said at the beginning, we are tried and tested in our advisory and decision-making work, and we do not shy away from taking on this task, guided by the Holy Spirit with motivation and commitment. The good news is that it's not today that we have to begin our work. No, so many topics and questions could not be discussed and covered in a matter of 3 days. That would be completely impossible. All the more grateful are we for the work done in the synodal forums, in the various hearings. In recent weeks, there were various opportunities. There are supporting events, framework events, meetings of bodies, etc. The bishops have made intense use of their spring assembly in order to discuss constructively and positively with the chairpersons of the forums as well as internally. The Central Committee of German Catholics has had an intense exchange in the context of the plenary assembly and the main committee meeting. We have discussed about interpretations and possibilities. The parish and pastoral workers have held Zoom conferences in preparation of the Synodal Assembly, and they have reported the outcomes on the social media. This is a field of church networking and promulgation that should not just be left up to the youngest members of the Synodal Assembly. We are not going to start just today. No, there has been long-term preparation and networking. The possibilities of our online tool called Antragsgrün have been intensively used by many participants in order to add comments, corrections and motions for amendments, thereby shaping the texts specifically. And you can do that even if you are not a member of a synodal forum. The motions committees, made up of members of a synodal forum and the Synodal Assembly for the second reading, have carefully checked, evaluated and sorted all these inputs. So if you just take an isolated view of the consulting options and opportunity of the Synodal Assembly as such, you just see a very limited part of the overall discussion. If you take a look at the bigger picture, the reality you see is a different one. Listening to each other, weighing off arguments against each other, and remembering what God's Spirit tells its church. All of this doesn't start right here. Instead, it is meant to find its culmination here by creating a conclusive text, which is then going to be the starting point of a joint and synodal path of implementation and change. Everyone's aware that we are in for a lot of work, a time of searching together, struggling together, hoping for the blowing of the Spirit, a time of walking together and finding an agreement. We would like to invite all of you to be assembled with us, pray with us, speak with us, listen to each other, being the pilgrim people of God in Germany, in difficult times, searching for an agreement, searching for one voice together with Christians around the world. We are doing so in our conviction of being firmly a part of this church and at the same time being aware of the fact that there is nothing truly human that will not find its repercussions in the hearts of the disciples of Christ. Before we now pass the floor to the chairpersons of the meeting, I would like to ask Ms. Esther Göbel and Mr. Markus Schuck to come to the front. They are in charge of the working group Community of Responsibility and are going to give us a report on the work done so far by this working group, and they are going to give us an outlook on what we want to make happen during the 5th Synodal Assembly in March 2023. A warm welcome to you.
Liebe Synodalen,
Members of the Synod, as you can easily see, Esther Göbel cannot be with us today. Instead, Isabel Vergado is going to take her stead because Esther is still stuck in a train. The working group Community of Responsibility has been appointed by the Synodal Assembly, so in addition to the necessary texts of resolutions, we can come up with a publicly visible symbol and signal. We want to achieve a path of repentance and renewal in view of the sexual violence and its cover-up in our church. We are all involved in this in very different ways, but none of us can say, I have nothing to do with that. What do I have to do with that? This is not about generalizing guilt. It's about shouldering responsibility. Not every single one of us has guilt or is guilty, and if so, in very different ways. We have been shouldering responsibility by participating in the Synodal Path. Synodal Church, this doesn't just mean co-determination, it also means co-responsibility or shared responsibility. And we want to develop and prepare a sign expressing this sense of responsibility. We have had various digital meetings to do just that, and we have come up with a very specific idea for the 5th Synodal Assembly. We are confident that it is realistic and can be put into practice, and that many people will like it and believe that it is in line with our assembly. At the beginning, we considered a confession of guilt of the Synodal Assembly, but we have moved beyond that. We are not going to ask the victims for forgiveness. Instead, we want to shoulder responsibility for the future. We do not want to attain absolution for what has happened in the past. Those who have and had responsibility for what happened must shoulder this responsibility. They have to deal with the guilt. But if we want to be a synodal church, we cannot restrict ourselves to question of co-determination. We also have to accept and share in the burden of responsibility for a church in repentance which aligns itself anew with the standards of the gospel. And we want to send a visible sign that inspires people to deal with the matter personally. And it must become clear that it is a sign of the Synodal Assembly, our sign, not a general representative sign to embody the Church in Germany. However, our sign or signal should act as a role model for other contexts. So for us, the Synod members, as well as the observers and advisors, the signal is intended in the first place, but it should be transferable to other contexts, and it should be transparent and plausible to the general public. It is quite obvious that the shape of this sign or signal cannot be perceived as equally good or appropriate by everybody. The members of the Synod are different, they are diverse, their personal involvement and participation should be made possible, but it must not be required, it's not mandatory, and language sensitivity is key. For us, it is quite a matter of course that those concerned will be actively involved in the preparation and implementation of this sign, a performative act with reflection, with artistic and participatory parts, and with elements of prayer. The key topic will be the systematic involvement of all the faithful in the Church with the topic of abuse. In the first part, we will have to deal with what happened. The second part will provide space for personal interaction and reflection of one's own history and responsibility. The third and last part is about consciously looking ahead and accepting one's own responsibility in a symbolic way, without, however, stepping into the trap of aesthetic dissolution or bringing the topic to an end. Various symbolic points of interconnection and relating are to do justice to the differences between the synodal members and their responsibility and level of concern. We have been successful in gaining the support of internationally renowned artists who have successfully completed projects with victims, with those concerned by abuse. We suggest that we choose the first evening, the Thursday evening of the 5th Synodal Assembly, as the point in time of this symbolic performance, and it should actually take about 45 minutes, followed by a time for reflection and repercussion, silence and discussion, rather than moving directly on to the next item on the agenda. And there should also be a multidisciplinary support team to absorb possible reactions, as well as the possibility of receiving the sacrament of penance and reconciliation. Abuse has taken place in the Church, and that's why we believe that the performative act should take place in a church interior. We suggest choosing the Frankfurt Cathedral because it offers a connection with the opening and concluding services, and because it is suitable for organizational reasons, because the communication and transmission technology is already in place. And the cathedral, the artistic elements and the impulses can be made available to an interested public on Friday. What are the remaining steps? We, as the working group on responsibility, we need your feedback for our further work. And we would like to get your ideas, your input, with a view to the further steps to be taken. First, please use our TED devices to let us know whether you are fully in agreement, whether you have concerns, or whether you are unable to agree to our suggestions. In addition to that, we would like you to give us specific feedback with a view to where are the possible obstacles or impediments, what needs to be considered. Please use this resonance card at your seats on the tables before you. Here you can enter your feedback and can put the cards in this box that we have put up here. In addition, in the course of this assembly, we are going to distribute 3 more impulse cards, as we call them, that are intended to inspire you to get personally involved with your own responsibility and deal with it and face up to it. And then we plan to have a digital event for members of the Synod between the 4th and the 5th Assembly in order to more intensively discuss the topic of responsibility at a personal level and to become more articulate about the matter. Whether and how this is going to happen will have to be decided by the working group on responsibility. We would like to thank all the members of the working group for their commitment and their work, and we would like to thank you for listening and for providing us with your feedback. Thank you.
Jetzt wäre die Möglichkeit, Rückfragen zu stellen. Ich weiß nicht,
Okay, and if any one of you have any questions for clarification, etc., I'm not sure if we have a list of requests for the floor. Well, we haven't actually started moderating this assembly yet.
ansonsten wäre es auch einfach mit Handmeldung.
Well, in any case, you could just use your hand and raise your hand and turn on the microphone and take the floor like that.
Ja, dann möchten wir jetzt das Wort an unsere Sitzungsleitung übergeben.
So we now pass the floor to our facilitators. Then we have the moderators that we were asking for. We are very glad that we have our 3 proven teams. We have Andrea Heim. We have Professor Nutelle, Auxiliary Bishop Theising. And we're starting out with Andrea Heim and Auxiliary Bishop Theising. Welcome.
Ich glaube, es ist ein Applaus wert.
Well, I think this is worth a round of applause because it is a lot of work and it is very hot up here. Well, dear members of the Synod, also we'd like to take the opportunity on behalf of the entire team of facilitators. Thank you for being here. Thank you also for these kind words of introduction, Bishop Etzing, Ms. Stetter-Karp, and dear members of the working group. Yeah, I was told we're going to proceed with that in just a moment, Mr. Schuck. So we will be the moderators, and we'll first have the vote on the working group on taking on responsibility. So I don't want to be too formal about this. We should make use of the time, and we just briefly consulted just now, and that as a first step, before we have a discussion on current issues, we have questions for clarification that you could ask to these 2 individuals, and then very swiftly we should come to a vote on the work of this working group. I think that the technology and our voting devices should be up for that already, but now I'd like to open the floor for any questions for clarification, specifically to what you've just heard as a report from the working group on taking responsibility.
Übersteuert.
Well, apparently there's some interferences. I just wanted to make sure that we are aware whether the Frankfurt Cathedral will be contacted for the for Thursday evening and Friday as part of the Synodal Assembly. I just wanted to make sure you've taken care of that request already. Yes, to answer your question, the Frankfurt Cathedral is aware of our intention.
Gibt es noch weitere Rückfragen da hinten? Bischof Fürst.
Any further questions? Well, now the cathedral is aware, and now the city deacon as well. So well said.
Ja, ich habe keine direkte Rückfrage.
Well, I don't have a specific question for clarification. I'd like to just provide some feedback. I believe that this performance and the prayer should take place in the Frankfurt Cathedral. I think this is a more suitable place as compared to a room like this. Bishop Bode. I would also just like to provide you with some feedback. I am a member of the working group on responsibility, and I can only reconfirm that the individuals that are part of the working group, when we talk to them, that their ideas were very convincing to me as well, and I believe that this would be a very recommendable path to embark on and approach to take, and I would really like to ask for your consent to this, because I believe that this would provide us with a form and shape that gets us out of this being affected, and it's not just an aesthetic type of approach, but a little more than that. Okay, if there are no further questions, no, we have another one. Bishop, please. We, I believe, had an assembly in Paderborn in spring of 2011 in Paderborn, and this is when we set a sign with public prayers like this, and this, I believe, is very important for those affected and also for this confession of guilt on the part of us as bishops, and that is why it's very important to put this into a contextual context, and then also making sure that we can express this in ways that can involve many other individuals. This is very important for the reach of the abuse scandal, for its depth, but also for the consequences that we're going to express like this, and that is why I'd like to subscribe to this approach, and I'm in favor of proceeding as indicated by the working group representatives. Thank you. There was another request for the floor. Yes, I can only vaguely imagine it. It sounds very interesting, but I can just vaguely imagine what this looks like. And that is why I am in favor of leaving this up to the working group, because we cannot have a more differentiated debate on this right here. And then secondly, also, please don't try to put too much into 45 minutes. You know, sometimes too much is not more. Sometimes less is more. So give some room for whatever you'd like to give room to, and I'm fully in favor of showing our trust by voting in favor of having you proceed. So we have one more request for the floor, and then we're going to start the discussion. Now, I just wanted to ask if those affected will be involved in the preparation of this. I think it was Bishop Koch who said that you also need to find the right words, and you can best do that if you involve people that were affected by this in the first place. Unfortunately, the microphone does not seem to be working. Okay. So we have Johannes Beck and Johanna Nob also participating part in the working group, and we definitely will involve those affected. Okay, so we have the technology up and running in terms of us casting a vote on the further procedure of this working group. You will be familiar with the device in front of you, and it's now on the display. It says simple selection, and we are showing here the possibilities. So button 1, yes, I am okay with that. I'm very okay with that. Button 2, I'm okay with that. Button 3, I'm okay with it, but have some concerns. And button 4, I'm not okay with it. If you press any of these buttons, please bear in mind that you also need to confirm by pressing OK afterwards, so that your vote can be cast and sent to the system. Okay, so we hereby are opening the voting procedure and are asking for your votes.
Bitte treffen Sie Ihre Auswahl für das Voting.
So please cast your votes by selecting one of these options, 1, 2, 3, or 4, as indicated just now. I'd like to close the voting procedure now and ask the technicians to please show us the result of your votes.
Vielen Dank. Wir haben
Thank you very much.
Dankeschön. Taste 2 kann ich gut mitgehen.
So button 2, 41%. Button 1, I fully subscribe to it, 36%. Some concerns, 18%, and disagree, 3%.
Ich denke, damit
I believe that based on that, the working group can continue working.
Ja, herzlichen Dank. Damit haben
Well,
wir
thank you so much. With that, we have now officially cast our first vote, a little bit out of the ordinary and very spontaneously so. And we also don't want to mention any more formalities. We'd like to just continue by having a debate on the present situation that was introduced already by the president of the committee. So we can now use those devices to ask for the floor. Just to remind you, before we open the list of requests for the floor, press 1 and press the green OK button, and then you will be put on the list of individuals requesting for the floor. So I believe we will have about 35 minutes now for the debate on current issues, and we're going to start by allotting a 2-minute time frame per speaker, and if the list gets too long, we'll adapt that time frame accordingly. So we're now opening the list of speakers.
Ich kann schon direkt sehen bei uns vorne.
Okay, I can already see we have Hendrik Johannemann as the first individual requesting the floor. Well, hello everyone. I'm very glad to be here this afternoon. I'm going to use the debate hour and tell you what happened yesterday. I checked in to Motel 1 and the nice lady at the reception asked me, may I give you room number 666, or are you also with the Catholics? And I will leave it open as to which room I actually took in the end, but I also would like for all of us to have a good laugh. So if only the bishop's microphone works and we had a good laugh because of that, then that was a good start. But I think it also brings us closer together. But this is also bringing us closer together. We have hundreds of comments and motions for amendment submitted, and I think it's just outstanding. And also the words, the texts, hundreds of thousands of hours, it seems, have been invested until now by so many people. And at the same time, I also see a vacancy. I see an emptiness. I think these categories are not easy to be labeled, but a lot of individuals representing conservative positions I have not seen. Hardly anyone who is in favor of that or holds views like that has taken on the responsibility or possibility to shape or to take a part in shaping the Synodal Path. And I ask myself, why are they not doing it? And that's also something that I'd like to raise in this current debate on current issues, because it makes me sad. It makes me sad for our church, for our universal church as well. And we have those fog lights being thrown around and issues being addressed, half-truths being addressed also towards Rome. At least that's my impression. And then you have just weird correspondence from Rome arriving that doesn't have to seem to have any foundation, really, any basis. I'd like for us to stand together, and I don't want this policy of fear of the church being split up or the church being divided, or also no fear of homophobia and homophobic lobby or something like that. I think we should all embark on that, and also the media should be a little more cautious in how they get certain messages across. But our church is not supposed to be a church of fear. It's supposed to be a church of joy and hope. Thank you. Bernhard Ledermann is next. Ms. Stetter-Karp, Bishop Betzing, thank you so much. Thank you for your statements on current issues, also for clarifying your stand on the war in Ukraine. Ms. Stetter-Karp, there was one issue you did not mention that is also very important to all of us and that kept us quite busy in the past few weeks. Thank you also for your elaborations and your clear and straightforward language on what you talked about. Now, the Church has a very clear stand on the protection of life being at the beginning or the end end of one's life. And even though you clarified a lot of things in your text, things that we all share, there were a few passages that might put this attitude into different context. So this unlimited yes of God to its creation. Can we put this in more relative terms? Maybe do that. Then also statements on the use of abortions or the training of doctors on how to conduct abortions. These might have the potential, even though the intention is good, that the clear message of the church gets blurry. So God says to Jeremiah, "Before I formed you in your mother's womb, I selected you. Before you were given, before she gave birth to you, I declared you saint." Can we really leave statements like that aside? Can we use them as words of consolence for stillborn children? Or can we just keep silent when it comes to abortions? In this context, can we just use the word of God depending on the situation as we choose? So this yes to human life is unlimited, and we should never give rise to the impression that we are going to limit it in any way. Thank you. Just a quick request to the technicians. Not all the devices work, apparently. Can you please look into that? And my question to Dr. Arnold is your request for the floor on the same issue, or is it something else? Because otherwise Bishop Betzing would like to just briefly comment on that. I'll pick up on that and then transition. Well, Mr. Lederman, I'd like to use 30 seconds and ask everyone to remain silent for 30 seconds, and then also to point out that the Synodal Path and the Synodal Assembly are not the right place to have a more in-depth discussion on this, because I provided a statement on this, and this is an issue of the Central Assembly, and they should handle that. And then this takes me to the second point. Dear members of the Synod, when I traveled here, I reminded myself of the spirit of Frankfurt, because all synodal assemblies I traveled to with some doubts, and I left and I thought, wow, this was really precious for us as a church. And that is why today my wish, when we start out with this next synodal assembly, then maybe we should remind ourselves of the first statement by Bishop Overbeck from the first assembly. We will not just be measured by the results, but also by our debate culture. This does not mean that we should always only be in agreement with each other, but if we really take dialogue seriously with the four forums, then we also need to take on, think through, be irritated sometimes also by unusual or inconvenient positions, and also maybe the question in the beginning, are we ready to an extent that we can say that what the previous speaker said is something that leaves me thinking, and that's why I would have reserved those 30 seconds of reflection. Do I want to understand or misunderstand the previous speaker, or can we also ask ourselves, in spite of all the positions, am I ready to go for a beer with this individual afterwards? And that is why in this working together, in this discussing issues, let us be guided by trust, and let's not have either one, be it bishops or Rome or lay persons, pull us across the table, and then we can call this a true spirit of Frankfurt.
Bishop Betzing, please. Well, I would like to go back to the question and statement of Bernhard Lederman, as this is something that has been very much on our minds. The question of protecting life and the discussions about the sections of 219 and 218 of the Civil Code, and that's something that is not a topic of the Synodal Path, and that's why we have consciously decided to refrain from making this part of our introduction. Nevertheless, pro-life positions are a key part of our work as church. The right of the unborn child is very close to our heart. This has become very clear, and I believe and I hope that no one has any doubts of this being the basic tenet of the personal utterance of the President of the Central Committee of German Catholics. This is about the protection of life, and at the same time it's about the self-determination of woman, because this was the underlying accent. The life of an unborn child is something we cannot protect without protecting the woman bearing the child. We have talked about statements that have been controversially discussed within the church, and I believe that the society around the church has not strongly picked up on this discussion, but we have had extensive and intensive discussions. Ms. Stetter-Karp and myself, personally, as well as on the extended Synodal Committee, we have had extensive discussions and talks, and it has become very clear that in the underlying statement we do reach an agreement. But when it comes to the wording, talking about an extensive network of offerings on advisory and consultation services, we will certainly not reach an agreement as bishops. At the same time, a statement of the Bishops' Conference has been brought forward, and there is a certain dissent which is there to stay within the underlying wish to protect human life. That's actually what we have been discussing, and I clearly say that we, as the Catholic Church, are only at the beginning of a struggle here. The agenda of the government gives us the impression that there will be a very controversial discussion lying ahead, and both the bishops and the Central Committee of German Catholics have reached an agreement on that we want to protect the political compromise that we have attained at this point, because there is nothing better in sight, even though this political compromise, which is made visible in the current legal situation, even though this compromise is not what we would ideally want to see as the Catholic Church, and we do not get tired of saying this over and over again. And there is a last comment I would like to make. The style of the attacks and assaults on the president of the Committee of German Catholics from within the church is really something that horrifies me. I want discussions to be held within the church without fear. I want everybody to be able to utter their opinion and to bring it forward to us. But telling people that they are not Catholic and threatening them with killing them, with annihilating them, that's something I cannot accept as a Christian with my perception of what Christian communication and the Christian image of humankind is. Open letters have been directed at me, and I would like to repeat why I have not responded to them, because I believe there is no doubt about the fact about how bishops think in this matter and what they publish on this matter. We stand by it as bishops, and there is nothing to be added to this. And this is why I have not responded to the open letter that has been written to us. So much from my side.
Frau Dr. Stetter-Karp, bitte.
Dr. Stetter-Karp, please. Thank you. Bishops, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in the Synodal Assembly. I think you will understand that personally, I would like to make my position clear concerning the the demands brought forward by Maria 1.0, the demands that I step down from office. I don't know whether everybody is clear about what led to this. On the 1st July of 2022, Deutschlandradio Kultur, a radio station, asked me to participate in a public debate on the section 218 of the Civil Code, and I defended Section 218 against the intentions of abolishing it. And I have been attacked because I defended the mandatory consultation system and the effects of Catholic hospitals. As a result, Die Zeit, a weekly newspaper, offered me to write an opinion in their paper, and it was published on July the 14th. Following that, immediately a campaign set in. Being concerned, being the victim of the campaign, I experienced it differently from what you may experience. Tagespost and Maria 1.0 attacked me on a daily basis. They initiated chain letters that wanted to excommunicate me. That is something that has often been mentioned in the letters. I was called a murderer, and I was asked to finally get out of the Catholic Church. At the same time, an international petition was set up asking for my withdrawal from my position. The Taz editor and others discussing with me raised the topic of the very unfortunate discussion about abortions in the US. And back then, with great conviction, I emphasized that we as Catholics do not identify with this polarized and heated discussion. And I rejected talking about a clash of cultures being imminent about this topic. But to be quite honest with you, today I would be more cautious and reserved when it comes to rejecting this parallel or parallelity with the US. In all brevity, I would like to state my position. Basically, I have not taken a new position. Instead, I have brought forward the position that the ZDK has held since 1995. And I am willing, in the next few months, to defend the Section 218 against all odds as a compromise that has painstakingly been attained. A new challenge came about as a result of me being blamed for putting the blame on Catholic hospitals. And I clarified, and I would like to clarify once again, I still believe that it is necessary to expect a consulting discussion or consultation unbiased as to the result. And as a result, the question of care, as sensitive as it may be, must be a topic of discussion. Of course, I am of the conviction that at the same time, no one must ever be forced to act against their conscience as a doctor and to carry out an abortion. And I am ready and willing to face up to all serious discussions and truthful opinions, and I am further going to work for the saving and the protection of life as embodied in section 218 at this point.
Für diese Einordnung.
Thank
Vielen
you for
Dank.
listening.
Wir gehen
Thank you
weiter
very much
in
for this
der
statement.
aktuellen
Now let us
Aussprache.
move on in our
Allerdings gehen wir
current
nicht digital
debate.
weiter.
However,
Es
we
gab
are
Fehler
not
bei der
going to move
Austreibung
on
unserer
digitally.
Abstimmgeräte. Das kann
There
bedeuten, dass
were
manche auf der
some
Redeliste stehen,
problems
obwohl
when
sie
we
sich
handed out
angemeldet
the
haben.
voting devices, so some people may be on
Das
our
Problem ist
speakers list,
erkannt,
even
das
though they
Problem
have not
wird behoben.
asked to
Trotzdem
be
werden wir
there,
jetzt
so
erstmal
we are
am
aware of the
Oldschool
problem,
weiterarbeiten,
and the
nämlich mit
problem
einem
is being
Handzeichen.
worked on, but
Das
now
stellt
we
uns
are
hier vor ein
going
bisschen vor
to
eine
work
Herausforderung, aber ich glaube, dass wir
using
das
the old
schaffen.
style of
Hier
raising
hinten
your
ist schon die
hand. I
erste
think we can
Wortmeldung. Fangen wir
make it.
hinten an.
So the first person is raising their hand in the rear. Yes, please.
Genau, ich kann leider wirklich
In the
ich bin
rear,
dazu
what does
noch
that
klein,
mean?
aber ganz hinten. Genau.
At the very rear. Okay, let me take the lead. Zalauer. I am very, very grateful to Bishop Betzing for his positions on the international discourse. Thank you very, very much. However, I keep reading about an external commissioner or minister of external affairs of the Bishops' Conference, Bertram Meyer from Augsburg, has made clearly different statements from the president. And now my question is, to what extent does he speak on behalf of the Bishops' Conference, and how is it possible to reach an agreement or consensus here? Thank you very much. That was faster than expected. I would like to discuss about a topic different from what has been raised now. I think so many statements have been made, and honestly, I would like to say that the question of protecting life is very important for our church. I fully agree with that, but it's not part of the Synodal Path or of this debate on current topics, and it doesn't have to do much with questions of abuse. That's why I would like us to discuss another topic. How will the resolutions of the Synodal Path be implemented, put into practice? I've been asking myself, what does it mean that at the last Synodal Assembly we took 3 resolutions? In particular on power and division of powers in the Church. This is all about a new idea of authority and powers in the Church. I really like the fact that we have resolved on it, and it is a kind of instruction of how to deal with this power. It has been resolved upon. It is finally valid, even though the Synodal Path is not yet, has not yet come to an end. But is there any diocese, is there any bishop who has really looked into it and has asked themselves, what does it mean to my power? Any priest who has asked himself, what does this resolution tell me about my dealing with power and my way of taking action within the Church? I would like this to be discussed here because it is so important that we do not just do paperwork here. We really need to get things going in practice. And I also believe that with the coming and next Synodal Assembly, we really have to ask ourselves, how are we going to put things into practice? Who is going to monitor the implementation and make sure that it really takes place? Our analog speakers list is completely full now. We are going to close it here after adding Ms. Becker in the rear. And if possible at all, I would like the technicians to please show us the speaking time, and keeping an eye on my watch, I would like to limit it to 1 minute. Professor Hüdepohl, please. Thank you. I was hesitant to raise my hand because Section 218 is not a topic of the Synodal Path, but it was made a topic here. And when looking at the debate of the splinters of this discussion, which sometimes has led to unfortunate wordings, I would nevertheless like to appeal to you not to lose sight of the elephant in the room here, of the main topic. Following the coalition agreement of the current government, it has become very clear the level of protection for the unborn child is massively lowered, and this is closely connected to laws on reproductive medicine, which undermine our perception of human life, beginning when the egg cell and the sperm cell merge begins. And this has really been eroded, and that's why I believe that we should do everything to support those arguing against the mainstream discussion and arguing for the preservation of Section 218. So we should really give our support to those defending Section 218. I'm grateful that Ms. Stetter-Karp has not avoided the issue. It is being discussed, and I can say that I fully support her in this matter. Thank you. Bishop Reg Maria Hauke. I do not want to insinuate that Ms. Irma Stetter-Karp is not personally committed to the protection of life. Otherwise, she would not have opposed the demands for further liberalization of the abortion law. However, Ms. Stetter-Karp, when at the same time you advocated the medical provision of abortion, you actually put two things together that are in contradiction. It is a contradictory pattern of argumentation. As Professor Loh-Püdepohl said, diverging or contrary positions and interests are being interlinked here because you want to open the door for a societal reconciliation of interests. I am very grateful to Bishop Betzing for his clear words that we really have to testify for the dignity and untouchability of human life, which belongs to God. We would like to invite and motivate people to really appreciate the value of life. So much willingness to bring sacrifices for the preservation of creation is being brought forward nowadays, and unborn life deserves just as much commitment. So we should really commit ourselves to moving forward in this direction. Yes, please make sure that you show the time, otherwise we will not reach the break, and the floor is now there for Mr. Hökemer. I would like to get back to what the committee said, and I would like to go back to what Mr. Betzing said. We want to take action. We want to change the reality in our church, and I would like to remind everybody of our obligation to do just that. We have numerous texts here for a second reading, and a two-thirds majority or even more than that should be attained. This should be our priority now. We really need to take action. Whatever we have done here is all nice and well, but we need the resolutions and we need action to be taken on these resolutions. And a resolution was mentioned on authority and separation or division of powers, as well as the involvement of the faithful in appointing the diocesan bishop. This is an implementation text that has been decided on, and in the Archdiocese of Paderborn, the relevant committee has identified with this text and has picked up on it, but unfortunately the procedure was not discussed. Instead, the Metropolitan Chapter took this decision as a solo run. My question is, how do we handle controversial and novel issues? Irme Stetter-Karp used the example of Section 218 to make clear that there are new questions, and repeating our old positions does not help us any further. But we should be clear on the principle. We, the Central Committee of German Catholics, are in favor of advice and consultation. We are in favor of the concept of protection. We support framework measures, but we don't judge societal responsibility. We call for individual as well as institutional freedom covered by the religious law. And my wish is to enter into a differentiation. We are calling for a distinction of the spirits, and I would like to call on us to reflect on our societal responsibility in the context of the topic of our Synodal Path. Sister Philippa Rath, I would like to comment on what Bishop Batzing said. He mentioned doubt and desperation among the faithful, and this is something that I have increasingly experienced. A lot of uncertainty and unrest, being appalled about the style of the discussions, and nevertheless there are still traces of hope. I met former Bishop Franz Kamphaus a short while ago, and he wrote a moving psalm about the situation of the church. The church is downtrodden, the church is lying flat on the floor, but at the very bottom you can find the hour of truth. I believe that Bishop Kamphaus is very correct in this analysis that he makes, and these moments of truth are what we should search for in our meetings in Frankfurt. We owe it to the people who still have hope in their hearts. We should be able to show that we can be one in spite of our diversity. Professor Maria, I would like to pick up on Sister Philippa's appeal, and I would like to even enhance it. Following the Third Synodal Assembly, the Frankfurt Declaration was published, trying to give a voice to the Synodal Assembly's statements beyond our immediate circle. And it has really shown clearly how many people still invest hope in our church and in our synodal path. But we should not overburden their stamina. And today and tomorrow, the synodal path is faced with various decisions that will point the track, that will point the direction for the future. Do we really mean to draw consequences from what we have resolved on? Will we really be able to draw consequences of the abuse scandal, or is it all about deceiving and pulling the wool over people's eyes? Ms. Lücking-Michel, please. Thank you. I would like to come back to 2 points that Bishop Batzing made. You let us know again that on the administrative law side, there will be nothing new. I would like to extend my warmest greetings to Bishop Schick. We can, of course, hear again this time and next time that there is nothing new to report. I know that things are going on in the background, but what opportunities, what possibilities do we have? What hope is there that anything new is going to happen? And the committee of the Synodal Assembly has said that they are going to bring their issues to Rome, but we seem to have seen no invitation from Rome in the actual sense of the word. I would like to publicly state that as a member of the Synodal Path, I expect that progress is made on the administrative law side, and the committee of the Synodal Path should be invited as a whole, not just the bishops. Gudrun Lux, please. Thank you very much, sisters and brothers. I believe that we are at a turning point as the Church in Germany, and I expect that the Synodal Path send a clear signal. The German Church should clearly call for an end to discrimination within this church. We want this church to have a future, and it will only have a future if we do not fail in our effort to show that the church is a place of blessing, the church is a place where people can shine, where all people can shine. And that we do not give people opportunities just out of grace. No, they have rights as human beings, independently of whom they love, what sex they have, whether they are intersex, whether they are trans women or homosexual men, or whether they are women rather than men. So as the German Church, we should actually show our colors, and we should confess to a church free from discrimination that allows people to shine. Let's not get lost in the little details. Let's not be a self-help group for Catholics that are still stuck in the mud. And one more sentence. As a woman who has born children, one sentence, Ms. President, you have my full solidarity.
Bischof Rudolf Voderholzer.
I would like to get back to Ms. Stetter-Karp. Last year, we discussed about the Archbishop of Cologne for a long time during the current debate, even though this was not part of the agenda, and I hope that we are not going to be biased here. On the 17th of September, I am going to participate in the pro-life march in Berlin. It is the only demonstration where Christians take a stand and have a major effect on political debate. It is an ecumenical commitment, and the Protestant co-organizers always appreciated the close and common stance that the Catholic Church has taken, including the participation of the Archbishop and a number of Catholic diocesan bishops and auxiliary bishops from all over Germany. Ms. Stetter-Karp, I warmly invite you to participate in the pro-life march in Berlin on September 17th and to make your confession public. Testify for the pro-life position as a key topic of our church. I would like to make use of this opportunity to reach out to our Protestant brothers and sisters, those who accompany the Synodal Path closely and those who stand afar. In the context of our community of responsibility, I would like to deplore and regret if in the Catholic Church disrespectful intentions are being heard, if people say that this is a kind of Protestantization of the Catholic Church. This is not meant to do harm to you or to be disrespectful to you. I would like to thank you for your Christian life and testimony. Please keep reminding us that progress in official and moral theology are Catholic and not a sign of Protestantization of our Catholic Church.
Ursula Becker.
Ms. Ursula Becker. Well, we need to move on to taking action. It has been said so many times, and I would like to re-emphasize it, because people in the local church are waiting for us. They are waiting for the resolutions and their implementation. And it is with great tension and apprehension that I have approached this synod. And I was a bit depressed, and it will change on Tuesday morning when I opened my door and there was a jar of marmalade with milk rice and a card next to it, and on the card there was a butterfly, and it said, "Strengthen yourselves physically and psychologically and keep flying and pay heed to the Spirit." And that's what I would like to share with you. And if it is possible at all, I would like to show and share this card that I've brought along. I would like to put it up in front of the synodal candle. However, I've already eaten the rice dish.
Aber vielen Dank für die Karte.
Thank you very much for the card, indeed.
Als letzter
And now the last person to take the floor is Bishop Meyer. Thank you very much, Father Zalauer, for addressing me so openly. Very briefly, the chairman of the Commission for the World Church has the priority of looking into the panoramic view of the Universal Church commitment in Germany, and that's what I do in Germany and abroad. Secondly, being the Bishop of Augsburg, I'm the ordinary shepherd of my diocese, and one day after my appointment, I came to Frankfurt. This was my first journey for open the synod, and I'm not just a COVID, I'm also a synod bishop, and it doesn't make sense to just put the blame on me for any dissents, Bishop Georg. And by the way, at the very heart of affairs, we are in agreement, but there are different tunes to the harmony. If in the East I talk to our brethren, I have to win their sympathy and their benevolence for our synodal path. I do not want to incite anybody, I want to act as mediator. Now it is up to me to thank for the statements that have been given, the requests and questions that have been raised. Well, we cannot discuss them in every detail. This is a public place. You have talked in public, and I would like to thank everybody who has spoken in public, and I believe that it is a good thing to actually make this public debate that has emerged from a crisis situation to make it a regular and standard part of the next Synodal Assembly, because it enables people to bring forward their worries and what is close to their hearts. I would like to thank for this opportunity. Mr. Zalauer had actually addressed me. There is no Minister of Exterior Affairs of the Bishops' Conference. We are not a government. This is a self-titulation that Bishop Meyer gave himself, and it is sometimes used in a rather ironic way, but it helps us remember what has to be right in linguistic terms. The Bishops' Conference is not a government. It has different charisms, different views, different tasks, different responsibilities, and these differences are all justified, reflecting the kaleidoscope of what positions and what variety is there in our country and within our Bishops' Conference. This is the end of our first part. Now we will break for about 25 minutes. We are running a little late, but we are going to meet back in here again at 4:15, and I believe that the technical team will have reprogrammed the devices by then, so we can start over again after the break. So let's meet him back here at 4:15.
introduce you to the resolutions in the second reading. It would be great if everybody returned and reconvened to make sure that we can clarify all questions that might occur in advance.
So, es wird ernst.
All right, now things are getting serious. In the previous debate, people claimed for true resolutions to come about. This is our opportunities because we start the second reading of the foundational text, Life in Succeeding Relationships. But before the speakers of the forum and the speakers of the commission, the motion commissions are going to introduce you, we would like to give you a short introduction with regard to the voting process. I guess you're familiar with many of the processes, but with regard to the rules of procedures and the statutes, we considered to dwell on these things again. So you got all documentation in due time. You got the program and the point of orders, the topics, and the program has been determined by the extended Synodal Committee. And we would like to find out if our devices work, because during the break our technicians tried, and I hope they succeeded, to make sure that the devices work, and all the devices work, and allocate them accurately. So I would now like to ask you to have a test run. Do you agree? Do you vote for the agenda, or would you have loved to have a different agenda? In that case, please vote no. It would be difficult if we had a majority against the agenda, but, well, at the same time, we will also see if we have a quorum. We are 202 Synod members, 9 Synod members online, and due to severe chronic diseases, we have people participating in a hybrid manner, so they will be here on site, and they will also participate from their hotel rooms. We have a quorum with 154 people casting their vote. So please cast your vote with regard to the agenda. Yes is 1, I like the agenda. No, 2 means you don't like the agenda. So this is, just kind of a mood survey to understand if you agree. We're still waiting for the release of the vote. I like the agenda is 1. And please think of pressing OK in order to cast your vote. 2, I don't like the agenda. Press OK again. The abstention is 3. I hope all devices work properly.
Es sind schon 168 Stimmen da. Sie erinnern
All right, we are at 168. I said that we have a quorum at 154. So also those Synod members who participate remotely can participate in the voting, and I hope that they participate as well and cast their vote on the agenda. 170 out of 209. 10 more seconds. This round of vote is not that important, so we close this round in 1 second. So we closed the round, the voting process. Let's take a look at the results. 168 yes, 6 no, and no abstentions. 9 abstentions, so the devices work. You agree with the agenda, and I hope that those who abstained and those who casted a no vote are still able to contribute. So as we said at the beginning, the Synod members joining us remotely have all rights, and they know about the process and the functions, and if they want to submit also a motion with regard of the rules of procedures. So during the procedure for the second reading, we will again consider and come up with the majority quora, and that is changing because it depends on how many people actually participate in the rounds of voting, and then we will come up with the 2/3 quota. So people on the screens got already an introduction to the process, and this, when it comes to the visualization of the motions, we will take care of avoiding any difficulties. You might remember that in the past sometimes it was difficult to define what am I voting for. So it has to be very clear what you vote for. If you vote with regard to the recommendation of the motion committee or for the text. So we got the program and the documents, and the motion committee also informed you about the changes. And with regard to the foundational text, Life in Succeeding Relationships, we are going then to discuss the dealing with diverse genders, and also on the principles, talk about the principles of gender neutral or gender sensitive language. So we refer again to the procedure that we already used, and so we are going to follow this type of consultations to make sure that as many Synod members as possible can participate. We will have a speaking time of 1 minute, as we know from previous assemblies. Before discussing again or explaining again the procedure for the text in second reading, there are a couple of housekeeping remarks. You are again seated in alphabetical order. Today, the lines are set up differently. In the past, you know, we had blocks in alphabetic orders, but this time we found ourselves in a new setup. And if you look for somebody, you know, just move along the lines of the alphabetic order and you will find people. This time we will not be seated while eating, because if we sit too much, you know, it's like smoking. And, you know, we will stand while eating, and you can change the tables and so on. And we thought an exchange is facilitated by this setup. We had lunch that was really delicious, and the buffet is going to be as delicious, and there will be enough for everybody. The coffee counters are open, drinks are outside, available. And with regard to Corona, there are no strict regulations. We did not consider any vaccination status. No tests were required. We hope that you tested yourself, though. And the Synodal Committee would ask you, for example, if you queue for lunch or if you meet in small rooms, just make sure that you wear a mask. This is probably a good advice to make sure that everybody stays healthy also once the assembly is closed. With regard to the voting device, please keep it with you. Please take it back to your hotel rooms as well, and please remember to bring it back tomorrow morning when we start. If you forget your device in the hotel, we can give you a second one. And at the very end of the Synodal Assembly, please make sure you return the devices. So I will not dwell on the microphones. You know how to deal with the microphones and to switch them on properly. We are streaming the event live. And for those who don't want to be covered by sound and images will not be shown, of course, we are going to respect that request. The contributions are going to be set up in a way with regard to online contributions that people will not be shown with their camera on. At this point, I would like to thank all the technicians behind the black wall. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. Thank you so much also for taking care of the problems we just had with the devices so fast. We have interpreters also who are translating our debates into English and disseminating things into the world. So please make sure that you send and hand in your scripts to Mr. Kager. He is going to forward things to the interpreters. And please make sure also that you consider your speed of speech and do not speak in sentences that are too complex. We are working on that. We are trying to speak a little slower. So now let's move on to the procedure. First of all, you are going to be introduced to the text, usually by the speakers of the forum or by delegates of the forum, and they give you background and information on the content of the draft. You can enter the internet here. If you go to texte.online.sv, you can always take a look at the text, at the comments, and the motions. You see also the resolutions and the recommendations of the motion committees, and this brings me to the motion committees. After the introduction to the draft, a representative of the motion committee is going to present you with the work of the motion committees and how they dealt with the motions and their recommendations. And there are 4 categories of recommendations for resolution in second reading. First, this is the recommendations for resolutions and the adoption of the earlier. Second, rejection. Third category, adoption in modified form, because. So the members of the motion committees are going to explain things to you. And then we have the 4th category, because that refers to a separate vote during the Synodal Assembly, and it should be adopted, rejected, or adopted in a modified way. So these are the motions that we are going to deal with most. You probably perceived at a very early point in time that the motions of the categories 1, 2, or 3 are going to be decided on or voted for in a cluster, in a bundle. Category 4 are the motions that we are going to vote on individually. The recommendations for resolutions of the motion committees were, you were able to see them in Antragsgrün. The motion committees also got feedback from the different people who put forward a motion. So we hope that we can now really speak on the important things, and you're not speaking about every column or every comma or whatnot. With regard to the speakers list, we're going to have an open slide function again for the speakers list. And in second reading, we hope that we will be able to resolve as many drafts as possible. With regard to the fourth category, we only need a simple majority to adopt them, and afterwards there is going to be a vote on the overall text, and in that case we need a 2/3 majority. I would like to remind you, I guess everybody knows, this double 2/3 majority means the 2/3 majority of the Synod members present and also the 2/3 majority of the bishops. And it might also be that we need the 2/3 majority of the non-male Synod members present. You can ask for clarification on the procedures, and we did so also in the past assemblies. Maybe you have additional questions. We know that the process is not easy. We know that there are many things also that we all would like to discuss in depth, but we have to take a look at the overall framework and what is on our agenda. So if you have objections or if you like to put forward an objection, please put forward at the same time a proposal how to resolve things. When it comes to establishing that we don't have a quorum, you might remember this is the end of the second assembly. You know, we have to consider how we count presence anyway. Presence, and this is what we deliberated, is the number of votes cast. So this is how we determine whether we have a quorum or not. Abstention, as well as not using the device, establish not wanting to participate. So abstentions are not considered no or votes against, but abstentions. So if out of 200 people, 100 cast in favor, 50 cast no, and 50 abstain, the 2/3 majority is not going to be counted from 200, but from 150. So 2/3 out of 150 would be 100. So the abstentions are not factored in. This is in terms of an overview, and of course we will experience things in detail and hope that that things are going well. Let me just take a look at people here if you have questions. Mr. Tiefensee. Please repeat. In Antragsgrün online, where do we find the recommendations of the motions committee? I see the individual motions, but not the recommendation of the motions committee. Let me ask the technicians, and I hope we can see things soon.
Hier ist nicht ganz klar, vielleicht sagst du was, ab wann kann man namentliche Abstimmung beantragen?
Well, it's not really clear yet. Could you tell us again when we can ask for a nominal vote? That is possible, if I am not mistaken, when it comes to the cluster vote or vote of a bundle, not with regard to individual texts.
Bei allen Sachanträgen steht es so in der Geschäft, dann gucke ich. Okay, danke. Geschäftsordnung, Entschuldigung.
Okay, sorry. I had to, yeah. Okay, when it comes to all subject-related point of order, then you can ask for a recorded vote.
So, wir sehen jetzt Antragsgrün.
So we now have Antragsgrün on our screen here.
Wir haben auch schon den Grundtext, um den es
And we have the foundational text that we are going to deal with.
Und dort sehen wir oben, Herr Tiefensee, sehen Sie...
And Mr. Tiefensee, you see here the proposal by the committee is rejection in this case. So you have to click on each and every motion to see it. That's the way I did it. Yeah, I didn't find another version. Andreas, can you help? Thank you. I think there's a possibility when it comes to the proposed or the recommendation for the vote, there is a list with all the motions submitted, but then the order is, it's the motions, and it's not necessarily the same order as the text, but it is a place where you can find all texts of the second reading. Okay, I hope you will be able to find it. So you could select the individual motions, or you have to click on the process proposal. Okay, any other questions?
Sonst würde ich gerne tatsächlich in die inhaltliche Debatte.
Then I would like to start the debate. Briefly. Well, we have at www.online-sw.de, there's a 4-page document of information how to find everything. So you should have been able, normally, to find it very quickly.
Gut, jetzt würde ich die beiden
Okay, I would like to ask the two chairs of the forum to give us an introduction to the foundational text. Bishop Diese and Birgit Mock.
Ihr habt das Wort.
Hallo? Ah, wunderbar.
Wonderful.
Liebe Geschwister im Glauben.
Dear brothers and sisters in faith,
Wir grüßen Sie
a very warm
euch alle
welcome
ganz herzlich.
to all of you.
Wir eröffnen
We open the series of resolutions at this assembly with the foundational text from our forum,
Leben in gelingenden Beziehungen,
Life in Succeeding Relationships, Living Love in Sexuality and Partnership. And this fills us with great joy.
und zu Beginn steht ein ganz
And at the very beginning, we would like to thank all those without whom our foundational text would have never been possible.
Wir danken allen unseren
We thank all the forum members
für die intensiven,
for the intensive, sometimes controversial,
theologisch
theologically extremely competent, and always constructive consultations. And we thank all those who have worked in editorial groups, who have very prudently conceived and conducted our hearings.
das waren echte Gänsehautmomente.
These were moments of goosebumps those who participated with us in the press conference last Monday, who have prepared and moderated the forum meetings with us. And a very special thanks go to our managing director, Dr. Rainer Gottschalk and Maria Boxberg, for their great support. In the forum, we experienced shared responsibility in many ways. Also, the two of us, in terms of dual leadership. And this goes to show that we are already living in the Synodal Path what we are deeply convinced of in our heart. Shared leadership in the Church is possible. This is what we stand for here today. And since the last meeting, our forum has met 3 times and worked intensively. And again, we followed the consensus method along the lines of the question, what is missing, what needs to be changed, so that you can agree. And we've tried to integrate all objections in the best possible way. And today we're presenting a foundational text that appreciates sexuality as a positive force that is given to us by God. A text that makes clear that sexuality and identity belong together. A text that radiates the certainty and the firm belief that all human beings in their sexuality are created, wanted, and loved by God.
In
the implementation text on gender diversity, we address in particular the situation of inter- and transgender people. Among other things, we advocate that they should be able to leave the gender entry in the baptismal register open or have it changed, something that is already an option in the Diocese of Freiburg. We advocate that pastoral ministry and other employment relationships should be, or employment forms should be open to them, and that contact persons for queer pastoral ministry should be appointed in all German dioceses. Both texts are based on an understanding of sexuality of human beings that does not follow a binary understanding, male or female. But the text considers female and male as poles of a world that opens up a space in between, a space in which then everything belongs. This understanding is based on the findings of human sciences as well as on modern exegetical biblical interpretations. With our foundational text, we go a decisive hermeneutical step further, which the orientation text of our Synodal Path discusses in detail. We try to recognize the signs of the time, to assert them as an urgent call to the Church, to the knowledge of the Church, and to gain new faithful insights and answers and assurances from the Church's deposit of faith. Signs of the times are one thing. They're embracing them on a spiritual level and interpreting them is yet another thing. In our foundational text, we develop a spiritual interpretation of the signs of the time with regard to human sexuality. We are aiming at its faithful acceptance and affirmation. We're aiming at a deeper understanding of its complexity and its integral meaning for the whole human person and for life in successful personal relationships, and thus for the Christian vocation of human people or of a human person to follow Christ and to the holiness of his or her complete bodily and mental existence. And finally, to gain new Christian orientation in central questions of today's life, in which the Church's previous ethical directives are perceived by large parts of God's people as undercomplex, as incomprehensible, as objectionable, even as discriminating and thus unacceptable. Our texts want to contribute to the further development of the Church's teaching on human sexuality by the Magisterium. That is why we are presenting them to the entire Church in the worldwide Synodal Path, and thus we present them to the highest teaching authority of the Church, the Pope and the bishops. To all of you, as synodal members of the Synodal Path of the German Church, we submit our text for binding approval based on the confidence that we are not abandoning the Catholic heritage, still less destroy it, but continue it for an era of new opportunities and challenges for the Christian proclamation. The Gospel aims at the very center of the human person, and thus at the center of every human culture. That is why today we must succeed anew in interpreting the intimate sphere of the human person and his or her bodily and spiritual identity as a beloved creature of God, and as called to reach the fullness, the abundance of life in such a way that the treasure in the field, as the Bible says, can also be found and faithfully accepted with regard to these questions, of these central questions of being human. We do not betray the gospel to the zeitgeist of over-sexualization, but we present the Christian interpretation of sexuality in such a way that in it the greater, the more beautiful, the more sacred of Christian vocation appears, in contrast to any banalization, commercialization, and depersonalization of human sexuality. And I'm convinced that a further development of the Church's teaching is a prerequisite for a new beginning of evangelization in our culture. We have seen that many people have suffered a lot. They experienced exclusion, were not allowed to show their love openly, needed to hide, and were forced into hypocrisy if they wanted to keep their jobs within the Church. As a Church, we want to finally acknowledge this suffering and take on responsibility for it. The mandate of our forum was to re-evaluate sexuality. We want to prevent by this sexual abuse, bring doctrine and life together again, give sexual education more importance, and revive and promote those values that can be helpful and supportive for successful relationships from the Church's self-understanding. These are respect, loyalty, voluntariness, embracing responsibility, and the recognition of the full dignity of one's own person and that of the other. We are committed to the message of Jesus Christ, and we want to reassert his promise of salvation, freedom, home, and a deep acceptance. By valuing sexuality as a positive force with creative responsibility, and by understanding and recognizing and valuing gender diversity as part of God's plan of creation, We are today facing a historic moment. We sincerely ask you to endorse our texts. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau
Thank you very much, Ms. Mock and Bishop Giese. You have given us an introduction to the foundational text. And now I ask Professor Loop-Hudepol to share with us what the Motions Committee discussed, and then we will enter into the general debate.
Liebe Synodale,
Dear Synod members, Martin Buhl, Auxiliary Bishop Franz Josef Giebert, Markus Wonka, and myself were members of the Motions Committee. Another member called in by the Synodal Committee had to retire. On the 8th of August, the deadline ended to submit proposed amendments for the second reading of the foundational text. 21 members, applicants, put forward 203 proposed amendments, and the Motions Committee had 4 meetings, 14 hours of work, of discussion, and did a very thorough work on that. The Motions Committee, when it came to the appreciation of the proposed amendments and working on the draft resolution, could rely on clear criteria. First of all, with regard to the text submitted for the first reading at the second Synodal Assembly, obtained 85% of yes votes, and this made clear that the General Assembly of the Synodal Path supports the core messages of the text. Thus, the Motions Committee had a clear guideline in order to formulate the following recommendations. All proposed amendments had to be checked against whether they substantiated these core messages or whether they were at least compatible with them. Then the Motions Committee viewed the proposed amendments with a, let me say, a hermeneutic of a good intention. All proposed amendments had something that was a good intention with regard to a contribution. This is why for 77 of these amendments we suggest to adopt them. With regard to 57 proposed amendments, we recommend to adopt them in a modified form. The formulations did not always convince us totally, but in these proposed amendments, we saw a very important content that we would like to continue to work on, to save them, so to speak, in a modified form. Mark, in our attempt of rescue, is able to discover the rules that relate to Saint Ignatius, the readiness to save the statements of your neighbor instead of judging them prematurely. For a spiritual process such as the Synodal Path, this is certainly a good rule to follow. When it comes to 53 amendments, we recommend rejection, however. Their adoption, even in a modified form, would distort the core messages of the text. However, among these 53 proposed amendments that we propose to reject, 12 have been submitted by one applicant who puts forward plausible arguments in favor of another form of gender-sensitive language. At this point in time, we recommend rejection, however, because when it comes to the way gender-sensitive language should be used, it is up to the General Assembly. This decision shall be applied to all sorts of texts of the Synodal Path. So with our recommendations in favor or against, we didn't want to create a precedence. Unfortunately, only after our deliberations it became clear that the Synodal Committee does not propose a uniform regulation. However, as the sovereign party is the General Assembly and not the Synodal Committee, a final decision is still pending. And then there's the fourth category of recommendations, which stipulates that important and especially controversial proposed amendments should be voted on individually after a general debate. Altogether, 14 amendments were allocated to this category, but don't worry. 9 of them relate to one passage of the text. This is why we propose a modification of the text passage integrating these amendments. This means we will only have 6 individual votes in this case, which fall into the category number 4. As usual, all Synod members, applicants and other interested parties were able to view our recommendations at an early time and, if necessary, tell the Motions Committee that they did not agree. The due date, so to speak, or the deadline was the 34th of August, and up to then we had only 4 critical responses. And we were surprised, positively surprised, because this shows us that with our recommendations, we meet approval. Whether this interpretation is correct, however, well, this is to be shown through the vote. This is, I hope that all of us have a good intention, a willingness in the sense of St. Ignatius, and well, a good success for your work. Thank you very much, Professor Lopudepol, for this report from the Motions Committee. So thanks again to all of you who have worked on this. It is very extensive in terms of resources and time. So thank you very much again for your work. So now we are going to start the general debate. I'm going to open it in a moment. Please bear in mind that the speaking time is limited to 1 minute. Please keep it short to allow as many persons as possible to have a say. And we are going to follow the procedure that we all know very well. You can now have your name put on the speakers list. Sister Katharina is first. Last Friday, I learned a lot. This is why I would like to recommend the adoption of the text. I was at a commemoration event for Malta, the trans man who died in Münster because he supported lesbian women who were exposed to negative comments. And there was a speech of a representative of the queer community which really made a big impression on me. And I think that speaking and talking can lead to actions. And this is why I believe that we really need to change something. We had to learn this painful lesson when it came to anti-Semitism. And I think we should make an effort to do better this time. Thank you, Sister Katharina. Next is Dorothea Schmidt.
Wir können Sie nicht verstehen.
We cannot hear you. Okay, please set back the time. Okay. A few general words. The topic of abuse. Well, I don't know whether it is so easy to say that the church's sexual morality is the cause of that. Systemic or root causes, when it comes to social science, you don't find any evidence. We only have vague assumptions. But here, the same narrative is being repeated over and over again. That is, people think that the church's understanding of sexual morality is at the base of the problem, and this is not proven. So this is the same for conservative and liberal, such as the Southern Baptists. So the figures cannot be proven or explained by hierarchies. Your time is nearly over. Well, I started later. I'm almost finished. The only significant number is that the victims outside of the church are mostly women, and within the church, 80% of them are men, and that they are mainly young men is mere speculation. So the systemic problem of the church is that it has started to revolve around itself. And in my view, this discussion around the systemic root causes is doesn't lead to anything. Thank you. Gregor Potschun? Well, the scientific nonsense you just put forward is not worth a comment. I think this text is essential. The sexual morality of the Catholic Church caused a lot of pain and violence. This has been shown by the book Catholic Queers and other documents. The text is very important to me, especially because young people know the sexual teaching of the Catholic Church but reject it. The text is important with regard to human rights, with regard to fighting against fear and discrimination, and it brings about a necessary change that is essential for the Catholic Church. However, the text fails to get rid of all problems with regard to rejecting certain topics with regard to queer people or homosexual topics, and there are statements that are simply wrong. If you've got questions, just ask me. However, I think there's progress in this text, and this is very important in order to have a sexual teaching that puts the human being at the center, and I do hope that we will adopt the text today. Then Bishop Oberhofer is next. The meaning of this text must not be underestimated with regard to partnership and sexuality. With view to the tradition and the question of the relationship, quality of sexuality and partnership, well, I have to say I recommend to adopt the text for two reasons. First of all, in this teaching, which has a long tradition, we need to bring together knowledge and experience. And this needs to be supported, especially when it comes to the abuse scandal. And the second reason or perspective is that it becomes clear that also the Church's sexual teaching in a dogmatical manner has a place in history, and the historical development shows very clearly. So this would pertain to our rules of procedure, I think. Well, I think we agreed not to put forward such kinds of statements, and maybe Mrs. Schmidt is not really at the height of the time. But what Mr. Potschun said, that it is a scientific nonsense, I think such statements should not be made here. The microphone is not really on, so it is difficult to understand.
Für alle Beteiligten hier in der Diskussion, dass wir das hoffentlich gut miteinander hinbekommen und in einem respektvollen Umgang.
Okay, problems with the microphone? Next speaker, please. Bishop Oster. I think that this text calls us to deal responsibly with sexuality in a postmodern society. I do not believe, however, that this text can or is compatible with our view of the human being that we have in the Christian tradition. I think with regard to Amoris Laetitia, the document by Pope Francis, we would have had the possibility to open up prudently, carefully, and to go further when it comes to gender orientation. However, in this text, there's a lot of different questions pertaining to the topic, which are really new or which have been answered differently in the tradition. From my point of view, this makes clear that the different image of the human being is behind that. Such an idea of man or of the human being may be intentional, but the way it is, the text, according to my point of view, will not find a big deal of resonance. We have 14 more contributions. So the next person is Ulrich Hoffmann. Thank you very much. I am very grateful for this text. And I expressly say thank you on behalf of the Family Association of Catholics. So, with the Cologne Declaration, we actually supported this text very strongly. I am very glad because the text takes couples and families seriously and takes fear away from people who want to create a coexistence. So the magisterium of married people, magisterium of people who are living their faith in relationships, this is being taken seriously, and I do really hope that this text is going to be adopted. Thank you for your discipline in keeping the time. Next person, Ms. Noppert. With regard to Dorothea Schmidt, I think what she said is respectless with regard to all the victims, no matter what part of society they come from. The text of the Synodal Forum makes it clear that we need more appreciation and sensitivity with regard to dealing with each other. We must not hurt each other anymore, and this needs to be named clearly. Defamation and discrimination, in my view, does not correspond to such an appreciation of each other. And this is a message I would like to send out to the YouTube chat, which I have been reading in parallel. Okay, the speakers list is now going to be closed. Now, Brigitte Vielhaus is next. Out of the 203 proposed amendments, I didn't count them exactly, but many of them have been submitted by the KFD. Why? Because we have dealt with the text extensively, not least because our Federal Assembly of Women and the position paper, Women are Diverse, we had a real mandate. Times are over for the Church to intervene in the most intimate affairs of human beings, and this is what we are very glad about. And although some of our amendments have been sacrificed with regard to this hermeneutics of a good intention, we support the text. It's a real change of perspective, and I ask for adoption. Thank you, Ms. Vielhaus. Next one is Archbishop Hiese. The text met with a great deal of adoption last time, and we all knew or know what happened at the end of January with Out in Church. Some think this is a campaign, but I do believe that this was about people to really show their insight and to share what they are moved by. And in my diocese, I was able to speak with people who are directly concerned, and they have high expectations. And I am glad that they expect so much from us. And I think we are able to meet these expectations with this text. It's a contribution against all kinds of discrimination, and it's an attempt to get rid of fear. It allows for pastoral foundation. Very often, actions are already being taken, but we need a theological foundation, which is being described here. This is why I would recommend to adopt the text. Okay, from one archbishop to the next, Cardinal Marx is next. I would also like to recommend the adoption of the text. Of course, this text at a global level will be read with a lot of attention. And the discussion is important. It's not the end of the debate on sexual morality. It's our contribution to this debate. And this is why we have to think about, formulating a vote at the end. Of course, this text is going to bring about further discussion. It's not the end of the debate, but it's a change of perspective, which is necessary, and which will not lead us to frugality, but rather to a responsible dealing with sexuality. Of course, you could argue about every sentence, but the direction is a good direction. This is why I recommend to adopt the text. Professor Söding is next. Birgit Mock and Bishop Dieser started with making reference to the orientation text, and they characterized the style of the document. So I'm a scholar of biblical studies, and I am glad to see how well was dealt with the biblical testimony here, in a way that the core of the biblical conception of man is shown here. And this core is that sexuality and love belong together. The core of this conception of man includes personality, freedom, and responsibility. The conditions under which this was set up, of course, were complex, but this hot core, so to speak, of anthropology is shown very clearly, and I'm grateful for that, and this is why I recommend to adopt the text.
Thank you so much, Ms. Labuda. I take a perspective from a pastoral worker, and I supported many people in many different relationships. I welcome the text, and it is a contemporary further development of the church teaching, especially with regard to gender diversity. I would like to repeat something that I mentioned earlier. This approach is just but in the beginning, because it focuses still on a world with successful relationships. Sexuality in our times has way more facets, and we need to further develop this text, but it's a good basis to do so. Auxiliary Bishop Schwaderlapp, he's joining us remotely.
Wir sehen Sie schon, jetzt hören wir Sie auch. Ja, klappt.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ja, eine Zustimmung zur Vorlage gelingende Beziehung bedeutet nach meiner Überzeugung.
This is a comment coming from the interpreter's booth. Unfortunately, here in the interpreter's booth, we are not able to hear the auxiliary bishop, Schwaderlapp, so we are not able to translate what he's saying. We will be back as soon as sound is reestablished again.
Mit Festigkeit erkenne ich auch an und halte an allem und jedem fest, was bezüglich der Lehre des Glaubens und der Sitten von der Kirche endgültig vorgelegt wird. Dann habe ich auch noch einen Treueeid abgelegt. Und da heißt es, bei der Ausübung meines Amtes werde ich alle Lehren meiden, die dem Glaubensgut widersprechen. Aus diesen Gründen sehe ich mich und aus Überzeugung in meinem Gewissen verpflichtet, Nein zur Vorlage zu sagen. Danke.
Ja, danke. Wir kommen zum nächsten Bischof. Bischof Fürst hat das Wort.
Bishop Fürst is next.
Wenn ich die Vorlage richtig gelesen habe,
If I understood the draft correctly,
insinuiert die Vorlage,
this draft focuses on resolving the binary code,
es wird sich bezogen auf einen
referring to a scientific consensus.
dieser Konsens besteht
And this consensus is not reality. The binary code,
in der Biologie
with regard to biology,
festgelegt.
is a fixed reference. This is not my personal opinion, but this is the statement of the Nobel Prize awardee in Tübingen. And for many years, she worked together with me in the Ethical Council of the federal government. If the binary code, male and female, due to gender diversity has to be resolved, I would be really concerned. But I would also like to underline that many of the things that are expressed in the text with regard to discrimination and defamation, that is something that I support. I put myself on the speakers list in order to underline that it is a scientific basis for the fact that there is a relationship between the structures in the church and the sexual abuse. And I'm really disappointed that I still have to underline that at the Fourth Assembly. And I would like to tell all victims that the majority of people present here knows about that link. And I also heard in the discussion that the draft is not competitive or compatible with the image of human persons in a Christian perspective. And I can say, and many young people share that, finally the draft moves into a direction and matches the image that we do have on human person. And I hope that this text is going to see a majority of adoptions. Bishop Ackermann. I'm grateful for the text, and I'm in favor of adopting it. It's a great balance that we see in the text. On the one hand, respect for the church's teaching, and also a self-critical perspective on the perspective, and also with regard to considering the science, findings in science. I agree with Bishop Schwaderlapp. I also promised to maintain and to preserve the knowledge and the basic faith of the church. But we are also committed to the pastoral dimension and to people. And as a last aspect I would like to underline, I think the text is successful in representing a contribution to the dialogue on a universal church level. And this is something that we should contribute with.
Dann gebe ich jetzt das Wort an Frau Professorin Eckholt.
Professor Eckholt has the floor. Thank you so much. Let me tie in with that, the tension between German church and global church. And I'm also representing the Association of Faculties. It is a historical moment to put the positive aspects of theology put that forward in the synodal assemblies. And I would like also to remind us all of Professor Troff, who was part of that school. Let's be courageous. Let's be really courageous to adopt this differentiated text. It reads the sign of the times. It takes care of experiences. We are at the very beginning of a change in paradigm. Let's be courageous. Even though we did not clarify all the details, the gender anthropology is the homework that the church in Germany and the Universal Church has to take care of. And this is exactly our contribution to Universal Church. Dr. Deinhoff?
Mikrofon bitte.
I would like to advocate also for adopting the draft. There's a new title to the text. So basic outlines of sexual, the principles of renewed sexual ethics, and I would like to advocate for adopting this text. And the old headline was Living Love in Sexuality and Partnership, so we changed the headline. And we discussed also life in successful relationships. That was the basic headline. And the subtitle, we lost the subtitle, Living Love in Sexuality and Partnership. And if we use the principles of renewed sexual ethics as a subtitle, we lose part of the intention and content of the text. Thank you so much to the editorial group working on the text, and I do believe that there's a lot of heart and work in the text. The text goes into the right direction. As many of the previous speakers, I do believe that we need to go a step further in some regards. Nevertheless, I would like to ask you to adopt this text because this is a major leap. It is a change in perspective because finally we speak about things that are very important. And in my perspective, we also refer to the Christian image of human person. And this is really the good news, and this might be a type of news also that not everybody can embrace. We are all made in the image of God. We are loved by God, and that means that as faithful in freedom and responsibility, we are responsible for our sexuality. And consensual sexuality at an equal footing can never be a sin. Matthias Belafi, the last speaker on our list. We should not speak about realities in society only, but we move towards society, of course. Many people do not align with the church teaching because they don't want to, but because they do believe that it's wrong. With regard to sexual morality, we have certain elements that cover everything else. You know, we can speak about details of the text and how we weigh the content, but the text refers to men and women in their responsibility and their freedom, and this is why I advocate for adopting the text. Professor Andreas Loop-Hüdepohl, where is he? Can you come back, please, for the voting process? Maybe we can do without the motion committee or representatives. Okay, you can do it while seated. That's okay. We need to vote. First of all, with regard to the category 1.
Sie dürfen Ihr Abstimmungsgerät nehmen. Und wenn Sie da dem Ja der Empfehlung der
So if you want to follow the recommendation of the motion committee and want to adopt the motions, please press 1, press OK, also 2 rejection, and 3 adoption in modified form. 3 abstention.
Das ist das.
I summarized it. It is the adoption of the following motions. You see only the letters there. I will not read everything out to you. The Synodal Path follows the recommendations of the motion committee. 1 yes, 2 no, 3 abstention. How many votes were cast? Is the voting process ongoing? We can then close it.
183. Wäre schön, wenn wir noch Richtung 200 kämen, wäre schön. Also stimmen
It would be great to have 200, so please cast your vote within the next seconds.
Ich würde sagen in 5, 4,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So now we close this round. Well, we can continue discussing. Our microphones work well. Oh, the loudspeakers do not work? What's happening here? Test, we're testing.
das Ganze. Abgegebene Stimmen 190, 156 Ja-Stimmen, das sind fast 90%, 10 Nein-Stimmen und 16 Enthaltungen.
10 abstentions.
Sind die Änderungen,
This means that the motions recommended by the motion committees were adopted. Let's move on to number 2, to category number 2. So the motions that the motions committee recommended to reject. Let's start with the voting. So in this case, the motion committee recommends to reject the motions. So if you would like to follow the recommendation, please vote yes. If you don't want to follow the recommendation, please vote no, or 3 for abstention. 1, 2, or 3.
Bitte stimmen Sie jetzt ab.
Please cast your vote.
Kommen Sie zum Schluss. Wir machen die
We are going to close this round of votes.
1 Sekunden Zeit. Jetzt ist sie.
So now it's closed.
Ich nutze die Zeit jetzt, um zwischendurch den Kollegen aus der Technik zu danken, die alles wieder ans Laufen.
I would like to thank the technicians who were able to make sure that everything works again. Thank you so much. And just an explanation for people on the live stream. For those who saw that we had a break, we had technical issues. This is why we took an unplanned break. 150 yes votes, more than 90%, 16 no votes, 20 abstentions, 186 votes cast.
Gut, dann kommen wir jetzt.
So now let's move on to category number 3.
Hier geht eins. Jetzt ist der Ton wieder weg. Ton ist weg.
No sound again.
Geht mein Ton noch?
Nein.
Nein.
Weg. Ton. Jetzt ist der Ton wieder da. Wunderbar.
Sound is back. That's wonderful. Let's move on to category number 3. On those motions that should be modified. So adoption in modified form. We mentioned that earlier. So the motion committee recommends to adopt those motions in modified form. If you agree, please vote 1. If you reject that recommendations, please vote 2 or 3 abstention. The cast is open.
Ja, bitte kommen Sie zum Ende der Abstimmung.
Please finalize your vote. I count backwards. And I close this round of votes.
Ja, auch hier ist das Ergebnis sehr klar.
And again, we have a very clear result. Yes votes 157, more than 92%, 13 no votes and 24 abstentions. 194 people participated in this vote. So we adopted the motions in modified form. Let's move on to the category number 4. Professor Lob Hudepohl is going to support us in this. So with every round of votes, we are going to hear from you what it refers to. Thank you so much. So I agreed with the technicians that we follow the text and not the number of motion, because that would lead to going back and forth. So we need a little more time to make sure that the technicians can show us those motions that the plenary assembly needs to vote on. We speak about 6 motions. The first 5 are individual motions, and the last motion that we would like to propose is a motion that goes back to the motion committee, because with regard to that passage, we have 7 individual motions. So we had to find something that acknowledges all the 7 motions. So that part of the text is going to be presented, and this is what the recommendation of the motions committee refers to. So it is fed, that motion is fed by 7 sources. The first motion refers to a request for motion of myself, unfortunately. So it was impossible for the motion committee to give a recommendation. I asked for the basic lines to be replaced by milestones. But we are on a synodal path, and we should underline that we set milestones, not basic line. Because a path follows one basic line, not different basic lines. This is the reason why I handed in the request to replace that term. And wherever basic line is mentioned in the text, it has to be replaced by milestone. I think everybody understood what is it about. So the question is if we adopt the replacement of basic line by milestone. So if you want to use the word milestone, you should have to vote 1. Yes. Rejection is 2, or you can abstain. So I open the vote.
Wir haben fast 190 abgegebene Stimmen, deshalb können wir
190 votes have been cast. So please, let's close this round, please. Cast your vote, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I close this vote.
Ja, hier ist das Ergebnis mit
114 votes in favor, 55 against, 21 abstentions. 190 Synod members participated. The motion is adopted. We use the term Wegmarken, milestones. Professor Lopüdepoel, the next motion, please. The next motion refers to 156. Well, we can refer to that one also. Bishop Genn had a request for motion not to speak of the holy force of the Spirit, but of the power of the Holy Spirit. And that has implication for all texts, because you cannot speak of different terms with regard to the Holy Spirit and their power in a different ways. So this is why we want to have an individual vote on that wording. The request by Bishop Genn is to change into the holy power or the force of the Spirit. So there's no recommendation. You can vote yes or no, and so we vote on the green wording. And if you agree with this wording, you should vote yes 1, rejection 2, abstention 3. And that means, as Professor said, that all the other texts. But do we only vote on this text? But that doesn't mean that we vote also on replacing this for the other texts. Only for this text. For the other text, it is going to have an implicit impact. You can then later on vote against, but it would not be consistent. But now we vote on this wording, nothing else. I open the vote.
Wir sind zeitlich ja schon sehr verzögert. Ich bitte deshalb.
Well, we are a bit late due to our technical problems. This is why I would like to ask you to cast your vote now. So this round is closed. 193 votes have been cast already.
Und wir haben das Ergebnis.
And we have a result. 110 votes in favor, corresponding to nearly 60%, 75 votes against, corresponding to 40%, 8 abstentions. So this motion, this proposed amendment, is adopted. Okay, next. That's again the floor to Mr. Lopüdepoel. This is a motion put forward by Ms. Vielhaus on behalf of the KFD. And again, she refers to the basic lines, which are going to be milestones, but she asks to put them in front of every chapter, all the milestones. That makes sense. The forum in the beginning had different opinions on this. So now it's up to you to decide whether you agree with the motion put forward by Ms. Vielhaus, meaning for all 9 or 10 milestones that they will be placed at the beginning of the chapter. So if you agree to have them at the beginning of the chapter, use or press key 1, and if you're against it, key 2. If you wish to abstain, it's key 3.
So, ich möchte Sie bitten, wer noch abstimmen möchte, die Stimme abzugeben. Wir sind über 190.
Okay, please cast your vote now. There's more than 190 of us. Let us proceed quickly.
So, 123 sind dafür, die
123 in favor, more than 70% actually, 48 against, corresponding to nearly 30%, and 20 abstentions. Okay, next point is number 4.
Ja, Sie sehen die Ergänzung, die von Frau Göcken-Hüßmann.
You see that there's addition asked for by Ms. Göcken-Hüßmann, who wants to add the term passion, so not to speak only of sexual pleasure, but also of passion. Maybe she wants to say a bit more about that herself.
Also wenn Sie dafür sind, die Ergänzung...
No? Okay. So please, if you wish to add the term passion and to, well, to replace duty, actually, to cross out duty and to add passion, please vote yes. If you want to keep the old wording, it's no, and you can also abstain.
So, wir nähern uns unserem Quorum von 190, also unserem nur fürs Schließen.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Geben Sie Ihre Stimme bitte jetzt noch.
But please, yeah, cast a vote.
Wir schließen
Use the seconds, the remaining seconds. Countdown 3, 2, 1.
Jetzt schließen wir die ab.
This round is finished.
So, das sind 66 Ja.
So we have 66 votes in favor, 95 votes against, 60% against. So 60% want to keep the old wording, 40% would like or prefer the new wording. So this motion has been rejected.
Ja, wir kommen zur nächsten Abstimmung.
Next motion is number 196.
Der Antrag von Frau Kohlberger.
Put forward by Ms. Kohlberger. Professor Lobhüde-Pohl, can you tell us something about that? Well, the text speaks for itself. Ms. Kohlberger suggests to cross out the passage dealing with the ambivalence of pleasure, sexual pleasure. We, as the Motions Committee, didn't really follow because also when it comes to love, responsibility, we always speak about ambivalence. It's an anthropological foundation which allows us to shape things. So apparently, yeah, this is a topic or a point that should be decided by the plenary. So, meaning, if we agree with the motion put forward by Ms. Kohlberger, we reject what is crossed out here. If we want to keep it, we have to vote no or abstain, just to make it clear. I hope this is clear.
Und dann gebe ich die Abstimmung frei.
So the vote is open.
Ja, also wenn man der Linie von Frau Kohlberger folgt,
If you follow the proposal put forward by Ms. Kohlberger, it means you wish to cross out the passage that you saw before, so you have to vote yes. If you want to cross it out, if you want to keep it, that means that you don't follow the motion put forward by Ms. Kohlberger. Then you have to vote no. Well, there's no vote of the motions committee here.
Also, das war, Entschuldigung, das habe ich...
Oh, sorry. Okay, I made a mistake. Yeah, there is a recommendation by the motions committee. They recommend to reject it. So once again, well, I maybe caused confusion. I apologize. It happens. So we want you to vote on this, but maybe we could also have a debate because it's an important point. But we, as the motions committee, basically thought, no, that's something we would like to reject, this motion. We want to reject it, but we will open it for discussion and we submit it to the plenary assembly. So now, if you want to follow the vote or the proposal by the committee, so again, you reject the motion. Yes. Let me phrase it differently. We would reject it, but we don't want to impose it in order to be able to open a debate if necessary. Okay, so meaning if we follow your recommendation, we should vote yes, and those who would like to keep the motion, follow the proposal by Ms. Kohlberger, then you can vote no. Is there any need for discussion? No. Okay, then let's vote.
So, es ist schon eine hohe Beteiligung.
Okay, a lot of votes have been cast already. Please come to an end.
Diese Abstimmung beenden. Es sind 190
votes have been cast so far.
Ja, wir haben ein klares Ergebnis.
Okay, we have a clear result here. 145 yes votes, 78%, 39 votes against, 7 abstentions, and 191 votes cast altogether. Thus, we follow the recommendation by the motions committee and reject this motion.
Zeigen wir uns noch mal auf, worum es geht.
Thank you. Is this the original text? There was a little technical problem again. Okay, now if you look at this, A33, this text is the text that was extracted by the motions committee, and there were, this is what we put forward to vote on this passage. So you vote yes, no, or you abstain. Please read it. So, as each form of sexual relationship and practice, self-stimulating sexuality, masturbation, is also ambivalent. It opens possibilities to discover yourself in your corporeality, to experience yourself, and to experience the dimension of sexuality in form of pleasure, identity, and transcendence. This space of experience is important for your whole lifespan. For the psychosexual maturation process, it is an important phase for every human being, phase of development. Self-stimulating sexuality is another important form of human sexuality besides interpersonal relationships, and is therefore not to be judged as self-focus. However, there's a danger to withdraw and to revolve only about around yourself. And what is your recommendation? Well, we would like you to accept this because that's our proposal, this formulation. It's a compromise. So if you are in favor, you vote yes. If you reject it, you say no. But if you reject it, the original text will be kept.
Ich glaube, wir haben das alle verstanden.
Okay, I think we all got it.
Dann kommen wir zur Abstimmung.
Okay, let's proceed to the vote.
Also wer der Antragskommission folgt,
So those who follow the motions committee and would like to adopt the new text, vote yes. If you reject it, no. 3 means abstention.
so, wir kommen zum Ende der Abstimmung.
Okay, we come to the end of our vote. If you want to vote, please do it now.
Danke.
Thank you.
Ein sehr klares Ergebnis.
A clear result. 144 votes in favor, 26 against, 21 abstentions.
Ist auch hier der Antragskommission.
191 votes cast altogether. So this means that the majority followed the recommendation of the motions committee. So we have finished all stages, categories 1 to 4, and now there's the final vote on the text as a whole. So it's about a global approval or rejection of the text. Again, you can use yes, no, or abstention, 1, 2, or 3. So this is the moment where we need a 2/3 majority to adopt the text, a double 2/3 majority. First of all, 2/3 of the Synod members and 2/3 of the bishops. Okay, vote is open now.
So, es wäre schön, wenn möglichst alle mitstimmen.
It would be great if everybody cast their votes here. We have 209 Synod members present. Okay, 196 votes have been cast. Please cast your vote, because this is really about the whole foundational text of Forum 4. So if you have not used your voting device yet, it's the opportunity now. 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And yes, we are excited to see the result. Okay, overall result. 82% yes, 17% say no, 196 votes were cast, 4 abstentions. And now look at the bishop's vote. That's not a 2/3 majority. We have 57 votes cast. I would like to deliberate in order to avoid calculation mistakes. So 33 votes out of 57 is 61%, and the no votes correspond to 38%, so 3 abstentions. Okay, my math is not wrong. So this means that this text cannot be adopted. Okay, we have a non-adopted foundational text of a Forum number 4. Life in succeeding relationships, principles of a renewed sexual ethics. But we have implementation texts on the agenda. The question is now whether we have a short break to speak with the Synodal Committee and the head of, or the chairs of the forums, how we should go on.
Wir haben gerade beschlossen, wir machen gerade
We have just decided to have a short break and meet again at 6:45. You have time to grab a coffee, to get some fresh air. See you again at 18:45.
Es ist großer Respekt. Dann würde ich gern als erstes
So I would like to ask the president of the Synodal Committee, Bishop Betzing, to take the floor first. Dear brothers and sisters in faith, dear Synod members, it's a crisis-like situation for synodality that we have been practicing for some years now, since our fast gathering. There's a huge disappointment that can be felt here in the room, and it led some people to decide that they no longer participate. I have to tell you that I'm disappointed personally with regard to the result of this vote. However, regarding our statutes, this result needs to be accepted. It's a valid vote. There's no doubt about that. My disappointment actually comes from me not being able to recognize at the end of the debate what the majorities could look like. I was not able to see. And this means, in my view, that the practice of synodality has not matured enough, is not deep enough. All those who are very critical and follow their conscience were not able to voice their concerns. So a feeling we had after the general debate, where we had critical voices regarding the text, yes, but this debate did not lead us to assume that the result of the vote would look like this. And as the president of the German Bishops' Conference, I have to say that the result, well, is due to the vote of the German bishops. And due to the shock, I don't remember the numbers exactly, but when it came to the total majority, 82% of the persons present voted in favor, but the two-thirds majority of the bishops was not reached. So this is a question that needs to be brought back to us, the bishops. We gathered with the chair of the forum, and they, of course, accept the result. That's a rule of fairness. And we clarified earlier on that the rejection of a text does not mean that the other text will be neglected. The implementation text will be presented, discussed, and voted on. And I might be too bold to say like after a positive global vote result, now it's up to each and every bishop to say, okay, I as a bishop can still accept this text and implement it in my diocese, even though it has not reached the two-thirds majority in the Synodal Assembly. But this might be due to my disappointment. It might be a sort of a displacement activity. This situation is challenging to all of us, so I kindly ask all of you to stay together now. This is a very crucial moment.
Ja, ich will von meiner Seite sagen, dass ich noch heute Mittag
I would like to say that at lunch, during the press conference at lunchtime, I was asked whether I am ready and willing to accept a result that does not live up to my expectations. And a question was asked pertaining to the foundational text, and I was very clear in my response. I said that, of course, I was going to accept the results of the vote, but I'm not going to deny that as the responsible person for the Central Committee of German Catholics, I am very disappointed, not due to a different opinion being there. What really is difficult for me, and Mr. Betzing said it before, that in the general debate there was the opportunity to raise or to voice critique. We know about the sensitivity of those who are hurt by this decision, and I regret deeply that there are bishops in this assembly who have a large responsibility, and they have a large responsibility with this decision, and I regret deeply that they are not ready to share their opinion beforehand. Some did it, and I respect that. And it saddens me because, well, should I call it reluctance, or rather a denial or refusal to discuss with each other? And I'm not going to threaten anybody here, but if this is going to repeat when it comes to the text of women, we are standing in front of shambles. And then the question could be asked, why do we invest so much energy and time? For what?
Und ich lege noch eins dazu.
And I will add one more thing.
Ich glaube alle, die hier
I do believe that all of those who have invested thousands of hours of work know why they did that. They know because we are doing this for our church. And this is why I stay resolute here, and my heart and soul tells me now, who knows whether this time was invested rightly. And it's not about putting pressure on you. It's about expectations, and I voice it clearly. I expect the bishops, with their power, with their responsibility, to be open when it comes to their opinion, that they be frank.
Und ansonsten können wir uns wunderschöne Worte über Synodalität komplett sparen.
We can save ourselves the effort to say beautiful words about synodality, and I respect those who have clearly voiced their opinion, but I find it really difficult to only listen to beautiful words and then not see a result, and I'm not ready to continue like this and not willing to do it. Thank you very much for your attention. So the President actually mentioned it, we need a debate now. We cannot simply continue with our agenda. This is our
Bewertung der jetzigen Situation und ich würde gerne
common evaluation of the situation. And I would like to ask the chairs of the forum to take the floor and share their perspective with us in order to open a debate.
Jeder von uns hat eine
Each of us has a responsibility as a believer with regard to the tasks and our mandates in the context of our work here in the Synodal Assembly and especially the bishops. And we implement our responsibility also in the context of our votes. And I'm not going to blame anybody. Of course I'm disappointed. I have more questions now than certainties. And what was important to me was to see that there are so many expectations. And the church, and I mean the bishops and the lay people, were to show the world that the church can continue their work, that the church can learn to say new words without having the fear that they betray Jesus or that things cannot continue. At this point, I don't know how to react to all these disappointments, especially in my task as bishop, how to advocate for a church being led by the Holy Spirit. This type of decision might also be initiated by the Holy Spirit. I'm modest enough to ask myself also that. But it is said that we want to disrupt the conception of human beings that we have. That was said. So if we betray this conception of the human being, but where is the light in what we did so far? Can we really see the treasure in our field? Can we really be active in a culture that has changed profoundly compared to the 19th and 20th century? We live in a 21st century. We live in a pluralistic and liberal society. And I don't know how to preach on sexuality with the authority of my church in my bag as of now. But I firmly believe that we need to witness the gospel, and it must not happen that the proclamation or the gospel is damaged, or that we stay silent just because we are afraid or we are scared vis-à-vis the forces of tradition, because tradition is not something that is captivating us, but something that makes us stronger. I don't know what that means. I can only underline that appeal that we need to exercise synodality by having a debate now. And let's be open. Why can I not agree? Why did I vote no? General statements that show that somebody does not want to change or cannot change do not help. And this is still my perception, that the willingness to be changed by synodality, to learn from synodality, that I don't see that among the votes against. I don't see that. I'm speechless of this result. you will not be surprised that I desired for a different result, that I hoped for a different result, that I believe that we will see a different result. This is what we came here for this change that we stand for, that are witnessed also by our texts. And I would like to say that I, of course, accept the result of this vote. This is how it goes in life. You can do many things, but at the end of the day, you have to live with the consequences. And not only those who voted no on that text have to live with the consequences, but also everybody else. And this is what I'm so sorry about. It's difficult for me to bear, actually. And it is a catastrophe. How can we proclaim the gospel in our church in a way that we convey the positive values that we stand for to our young people, not only the young people, but everybody? How can we speak about things in a way that people feel supported and that it's about the true reality of life of people? I don't know what to tell my children after today's session, to be honest. These are the consequences that we need to face at this point, and I don't know how to continue. Thank you to the four of us. We would like to open the debate and the speakers list and give space to listen to the positions, opinion, mood. Cardinal Marx is first. Yes. I would like to take the floor because some say Marx initiated everything at the beginning when I was the president, but we did everything together with the Central Committee of German Catholics, and Father Langendörfer is also here. And we took a look at the joint synod that also needed a two-thirds majority. And this led also to conversations in Rome, and people tried to counteract the Synodal Path right from the beginning with questions on the rules of procedures. And we have the double two-thirds majority, but it was my hope that this would not lead to a closed chamber where people say, at the end of the day, we decide, it's us who decide, and we don't care what you say. I have my opinion, and I will not change my opinion. I have to say that, and unfortunately, this is my feeling. And synodality also means that we go on a journey together. And I would like to ask the responsibles of the forum, how many bishops participated in the forums? How many bishops sat there for hours and asked their questions and participated and were willing and open for things and did not say, I leave because this is not my opinion? This is not a synodal path. I need to accept that what happened. We have rules of procedure, but looking back, I have to say, take a critical stance and say, did we really listen to each other in a synodal way? Did positions really change? We see that text, it took a development. It's not perfect. I'm truly disappointed. And yes, the bishops need to openly take a stance and need to explain their positions. Thank you. We saw a lot of shows of hands. We also opened the speakers list. I think that's way easier than doing it manually. Maybe you can take a look at the screen also. I think this is the easiest procedure. We do without time running. I just would like to ask everybody to be brief and concise to make sure that everybody can take the floor. Let's stay together. This is my appeal, and this is the appeal that I hear everywhere. And let me tell you, how can it be, or it should not be, that the faithful need to stay with the bishops, but the bishops don't stay with us?
Schwester Philippa deutet mir gerade an.
Sister Philippa, I see that your device does not work. The floor is yours. Right away, you can take the floor right away. I would like to back what Sister Katharina just said. I'm disappointed, and I'm concerned that the segregation between the faithful and the bishops is going to get deeper. That those who voted no today will lose authority and credibility, and that many people, especially when it comes to the core of the church, will turn away because they don't feel understood, and as Katharina mentioned, because the bishops are not with them anymore. Thank you, Sister Philippa. Gregor Potschun is next. Thank you. I would like to say, first of all, that I would like to apologize with Ms. Schmidt because I wasn't appropriate. And I would like to say that especially because I feel very emotional after the dramatic things that happened, and I find it difficult now to find the right words. I do believe that 90% of the people in this room adopted the text. And this is amazing because we really need a change in sexual ethics. The Bishops' Conference rejected the text. I know that this is not everybody among the bishops, but this is a text that refers to the essence of sexuality and sexual abuse. And I asked myself, what does it mean that this text was not adopted? Is the urgent change in Catholic Church with regard to the sexual abuse, is it just a mere lip service and not the desire for a change? And the suffering, people commit suicide, people are killed due to the stance that the church takes. Is that going to continue? And that added to the person being killed at the Pride Parade because it represented the tradition in the past decades. And this is something that our society supported. And now we see that the Bishops' Conference was not able to abolish this type of violence. I'm wondering how people who voted against, how they go about their conscience, how they can really justify this vis-à-vis their conscience, that they took the right decision. Some have difficulties to put their names on the speakers list. Those who showed their hand, we dotted their names down. Miss Meash, I see you. We have 45 people on the speakers list. So, we did not forget you if we don't call you by your name right away. It is a long list. Do you agree if we start running the time just in terms of orientation? Because otherwise we will never manage. We will not interrupt you right away, but just for us to have orientation. Father Otto, I would like to thank the majority agreeing and adopting this text. And I would also like to thank those who assembled in the center of the hall for the sign and the solidarity. It did me good. And with regard to the bishops voting no, and not even sharing their opinion, knowing what is at stake. They knew that it's about their vote, and then vote no without saying anything, without giving us the opportunity to apply for a further reading. This is an expression of cowardness, and it is not an expression of synodality. And this is truly cowardice. And for those of you who have this mandate, and I'm not willing to debate with you furthermore, and what you said, Bishop Betzing, being bold, this is something that I expect from the bishops. Those who voted yes, I expect them to position themselves publicly and saying that they consider this text being a binding text, separating themselves from the bishops who voted no, and I expect them to communicate their stance openly with Rome. Konstantin Bischof. First of all, I think we need to continue. I was asked if we should leave. No, we are learning how to live synodality, and we learned how it can fail, how people can be hurt. And Bishop Betzing, this really, as you said, it leads to a true crisis. This is not a text rejected, but it is a text rejected by bishops. And if we say we stop, we give the power to the bishops, more power than they should have in Germany at this point in time. And I have a responsibility, and I have to go home, and I have to face a lot of people also. There is a gap between the bishops and the non-bishops, and bishops do not speak on behalf of those who are not bishops. So two consequences. We need to consult on the forum text on synodal councils to make sure that in the future more people represent the church, not only bishops. And Mr. Betching, I would like to ask you to reconvene a bishops' conference. It's your turn.
Das Wort hat Pfarrer Uttenreuter.
Father Uttenreuter? Of course, I'm disappointed as well, but I have to say that I expected something like that, because when it comes to the debate, it was clear that it was not clear that we will have a two-thirds majority on part of the bishops. And the procedure was also... I wrote Bishop Betching a letter warning him that with this voting procedure, at the end of the day, things will be rejected, even though we know that the vast majority of people are in favor of a text. But I would not say that we failed completely, because now I can say more than 60% of the bishops are on my side whenever I express my convictions with regard to sexuality. And that is a different support compared to 2 years ago when we started the Synodal Path. I would have never even wished for that. When part of the bishops express themselves on people who are divorced and who are married again and receive the communion, I know now that more than 60% of the bishops back that, even though that at the time there were bishops saying that this is already something we do in practice. So this is a partial success. And of course we find ourselves in a difficult situation. And with regard to the further procedure, and maybe this is one of the problems, that when it comes to the debate, it was, time was scarce. How can somebody change their opinion if arguments, are cut off with reference to the time? This was a difficulty or problem in the overall context of the conference. I would like to come to an end. I would like us to further break down the implementation texts in smaller texts to make sure that partial steps can be voted in favor by 2/3 majority. I would like to close the speakers list in 2 minutes. If you want to speak now, you can put yourselves on the list. We have 47 names on the list. It will take us at least an hour. If you want to decide something, please decide within the next 2 minutes and put yourself on the speakers list. Ms. Scheuer. Maya, I would like to comment on what the previous speaker said. I don't consider this a partial success. This goes straight into the face of all the people who spent hours and hours during the last years. At the very beginning, I asked everybody, what are you afraid of? What do we lose? What do you lose if people are allowed to be in the church who they are? And I don't know what this fear is about, the fear vis-à-vis change, the fear to acknowledge things that are reality in society, in parishes. I don't know what people are afraid of. And let me add, what can I hope for? For my faith, I don't need the church as an institution. I find things elsewhere. But I would like to have church as an institution, and it's truly difficult. I risk friendships. People asking me, why are you still part of that troop? And one of the reasons that I'm still part of the church is that the core of the church in Germany is different, and that we can move to this core. But at this point, I don't know if that is true. Thank you so much. Mr. Buttgereit. I'm disappointed as well, but I will stay here. And I would like to thank the majority of the bishops who adopted the text, because this is a sign. Looking back, we're going to see that a minority of the church turned a teaching in the church into a void in the church. Next is Hubertus Lürke. We heard a couple of voices who are against this foundational text. One of the reasons was that they need to act as responsibles of the church. I would have loved to see them taking on responsibility for people, for all people, the way God created them. The church doesn't need their responsibility. The people need the responsibility. The people are the church. What happened here today is going to reinforce the split that you were concerned about.
Wir haben jetzt noch auf der Liste stehen 49 RednerInnen, also wir werden noch einige Zeit uns mit dem Thema natürlich auch hier beschäftigen, in den Austausch gehen. Markus Schuck hat das Wort.
Markus Schnuck is the next taking the floor. I think it's a terrible situation because due to the rejection, many people have been hurt again. And those who opted for no are responsible for that. And also the bishops who did not debate among themselves are responsible for that. The bishops who did not listen to each other in order to avoid that we run into that situation. Without clarifying how this voting process is going to look like and how about the consequences of the blocking minority of the bishops. What is plain to see is the crisis of the ministry of bishops. Dear German Bishops' Conference, dear bishops, please get together and please consider what you want to do in this crisis.
Professor Ulrich Hemel.
Professor Ulrich Hemel.
Vielen Dank. Also ich bin nach wie vor
vom Wirken des Heiligen Geistes.
Thank you. I'm convinced that the Holy Spirit is active, and I'm still convinced of the Synodal Path. This is why I don't believe that we waste our time here, Ms. Stetter-Karp. The foundational text found vast majority, more than 80%. It found also the majority of the bishops, more than 60%. What does that mean? We are on our way. We are in motion, learning and searching together as a church, going beyond also our church. And we need to deal with bishops and fellow Christians who have a different opinion and who show us how a leadership crisis in the church looks like and should not look like. The text is there, and it will unfold its impact. In the Old Testament, you see a way more positive perspective on sexuality. Jesus was open, and he encountered people without conditions. And let's just imitate him. Let us make sure that we can show people that we can still be active and that we are in charge. Katharina Norpoth.
Ich kann meine Enttäuschung über dieses Ergebnis kaum in Worte fassen.
It's difficult for me to put my disappointment on these results in words. And I ask myself, why? Why? And I would love to get an explanation to make sure I can understand how things developed. Adolf Kolpin said that Christianity is not only for a prayer, but for the whole life. And we could have supported this perspective, but we didn't. And it's really difficult for me to stay positive. But I don't want to give up hope that this church can change. But I also have to say that it takes so much energy, and that I'm truly delighted that there are so many companions who are willing to further contribute vis-à-vis a minority. We are fighting for all people.
Das ZDK ist von der Bischofskonferenz gebeten worden.
The ZDK has been asked by the Bishops' Conference to participate in a synodal conference, in such a synodal conference. The expectation was that there'll be an open debate, an open discussion about all questions, and that shared solutions be found. So what we have here now is a bitter disappointment. 80% were in favor of this alternative with regard to a topic which is so important to many. But we didn't manage to have the necessary majority of the bishops. And this is a major problem which requires a totally different communication within the circle of the bishops. We need the bishops as those who assume their leadership responsibility. We do not need them as those who destroy what is ahead of us on this path. Besides the disappointment with regard to the content, my colleagues have mentioned it. I would like to voice anger as well. It has been mentioned, and I mention it again. There were opportunities to voice your opinion, to tell what you disagree with. I come, as you can see, from a religious order, and you speak about paradigm changes. Sometimes there's a diversity of opinions, but the goal is always to find a consensus. And I assumed that this was the goal here and that we have the instruments to reach a consensus at the end. And the vote is a mere formality because beforehand there was an exchange and everything could be clarified or corrections could be made. And I'm so irritated that this obviously has not been the case and that people who have a different opinion didn't really contribute. And I ask now, regardless of the content of the other text, that we use the instruments we have. I'm really gets on my nerves. I'm doing this in my free time, and for some of you it's working time, but I'm not sitting here because I've got no life or no hobby. So please, it's up to you to participate. Stefan Vesper is next. Okay, once again, 82% were in favor, 61% amongst the bishops. So don't say it's a text rejected by the bishops because, well, it did not reach the two-thirds majority, but it was in conformity with the rules. And I would like us to continue to work on the implementation text and to vote on them, because there are individual steps, recommendations for actions, because I want to judge this process at the end. And the end is not now. The end is March next year. And there are difficult moments. Today is such a moment. But in the context of this assembly, I want to know which implementation text meet with approval. So, yeah, let us continue. Archbishop Koch is next. Well, the problem is not that one text has been rejected. Maybe it's not the worst thing, but that this text is important. And I ask myself why this text was rejected. And I would like to thank the chair and all who put so much work into it. And you were really considerate when dealing with the text. But it is also a fact, and it became clear, also in the context of the conference, there are brothers who say that they cannot approve of the text in principle. And this text is so difficult because, well, it's about persons. It's not really only about the text, it's about persons. And I don't know what I'm going to say next Monday in Berlin. It's about human being here and how to communicate this. We as the Bishops' Conference are challenged. In September, when we gather again, we cannot simply go on with the agenda we had planned. We need a discussion. We need an open and frank debate without, turning yourself or twisting yourself into a pretzel. But yeah, open and honest. I really ask you, all of you, maybe we find a creative solution that is compatible with the rules. And what I cannot imagine is that 12 dioceses put the text into place and 14 don't, or vice versa. Okay. Thank you. Next is Ms. Eckstein. I would like to point out that a sentence, where you have the bishops and the laity and the believers as separate groups does not live up to the text. What follows? Well, it's like a church of two speeds, so to speak, or two different multi-speed church or two-speed church. And I have the impression that the result of the vote would have been different if the text had only referred to homosexuality and people marrying. I think this gender identity topic was a major challenge here, major stumbling block. And maybe this perspective will be confirmed when it comes to the implementation text. I'm almost finished. I think what has been missing in the debate, the possibility to deal with objections. So can I find myself again with regard to objections? And would have been good to put forward factual objections. Next person is Ms. Ordowski. Bishops, you are not the voices of the church. We all are.
Bishops, you are not the church, we are the church, and a clear majority of our group has voted in favor of the text. We have disputed, we have struggled for changes, and you have been so disrespectful to exercise your silent power so openly. This was a terrible vote, and what we can take away from it is what the power structure of our church is like, which is truly the problem of our church. And I hope that no one in the future will have the cheek to say this church had no power issue. Thank you. Professor Hoff, please. Your yes be yes. Let your no be no. I have great respect for those bishops who have stood up for their position, including those who, based on a minority position, have argued for their opinion, such as Bishop Voderholzer and others, and still they have stayed on the synodal path. But more than two-thirds of the bishops during the third plenary assembly have agreed with the basic lines of the text. And on this basis, the text underwent the vote today. If you had uttered your concerns beforehand, we would have been able to adjust. But the key point is that those of the bishops who never uttered a dissent and now they voted differently, they will have to ask themselves, what does this mean for Helmut Dieser, to Bishop Betzing, for our brothers? I haven't heard a single bishop explain how and why they had changed their opinion. As Lüdecker said, this is deception. To decide without mentioning your reasons means infringing upon the freedom of others who are deprived of their right of arguing against. This is an abuse of your apostolic power. Now I think we should establish a synodal council that is open for further discussions and consultation. Otherwise, we will really be at a loss for ground. Dr. Flaxbart, please. Thank you very much. Dear brothers and sisters, Catholic sexual teachings are untruthful to a large extent. It is not in line with the reality that most people live, including good Catholics. And this is why the Catholic sexual teaching renders itself irrelevant. It is a teaching which has no more influence on people's real lives. You, as bishops, asked after the MHG study to help us to find a way out of this terrible crisis of a loss in confidence and identity. I am quite concerned about the texts in the field of women. I am not going to leave, but what is going to happen if so many more are going to leave? I want this church to have a future, not for its own sake, but for our sake, for our children's sake, for the sake of the liberating message of Jesus Christ that must be able to reach the people, and we must not block it from reaching them. Thank you. Ms. Lux. Thank you. Dear brothers and sisters, and it is very hard for me to say these words. We were told to stay together, to consult in a synodal way, but we do not do this. People have left from our midst, people have broken down in our midst, so many of them cried. We have lost people from our midst, and we are no longer together. It's just a part of us that keep talking here. And it is almost unbearable because those who keep discussing are the ones who either like the situation or those who are strong enough to bear with it. I would like to focus on those who are no longer able to bear with it. After months and years of intense commitment to the Synodal Path, the Church should be there for the people. We as Christians should be there for the people, in particular for those. And now I would like to pass this word to the outside, especially to those who are struggling with themselves about whether to stay or to leave. You are not alone. There are people trying to give you a safe space. We want to support you. And I would like to put forward a procedural motion or proposal. We are sitting here as members of the Synod, not just the bishops, but also the others. We can stand by what we do and how we decide. And I would like us to move on to registered votes in the future. Please, everybody, let themselves be registered for their vote. That's a possibility, actually, in line with the statutes and the regulations. So we can actually take up this proposal. Ms. Walter, please. I would like to say that I am sorry for the 61% of the bishops who have voted in favor, because they will always be mentioned as part of the group that has failed to achieve the two-thirds majority. I would suggest viewing it the other way around. We got the support of 61% of the bishops, which is quite a deal. The required majority, two-thirds of the bishops, is something that we have imposed on us in our own statutes of the Synodal Assembly, and that goes to show how much this idea is still on our minds. The bishops are so powerful. 80% of the Synodal Assembly were in favor, so if we had gone for a joint vote, bishops and laypersons alike, this wouldn't be a problem at all. If we had said 50% of the bishops are enough to constitute a relevant majority, no problem at all. But it's all in our minds, the power thinking and the power that we actually give to the bishops is a problem. Among us, the baptized Christians, a lot has to be done and has to develop. I think the bishops who voted no did so based on their conscience, but where is their conscience rooted? They are unable to put themselves into shoes others than their own. So we have to look into the future together, and we have to make sure that such rifts can be avoided in the future. Thank you very much. Please pay attention to the time. Sister Philippa, yes, I actually had my turn. I just have one request. I would be very grateful if some of the bishops who voted no made a comment here.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Für die würden wir auch die Redeliste noch mal öffnen dann.
Yes, we would actually open the speakers list for them. Brigitte Lehmann, please. Well, I cannot hide the fact that I'm very disappointed, but something different now grows up in me. It's a kind of defiance. I was at the campfire organized by the Catholic youth yesterday, and all the young people assembled there said, things have to change quickly and speedily. And I said yesterday, well, good things take time. But now I feel, yes, we have to speed it up and we'll have to make the best of what we've got. I'm going to continue fighting. I want us, the people, to be the church, and I want us to be able to live it just the way we have voted it. Thank you, Ms. Lehmann. Ms. Lücking-Michel. Being the vice president of the ZDK, I have actually voted in favor of these statutes that have now been criticized. Back then, they told us the synodal process will otherwise not be possible, and now I would say it was a wrong decision, but actually I can hardly accept this way of proceeding, having us discuss for nothing all the afternoon. I have been encouraging people, have been telling them to stay on board. We have the chance to change something. How can I say this to those affected by today's decision? How can I tell it those who will actually would have so much benefited and hoped for another outcome? Even if the woman topic that will be discussed and voted on tomorrow gets a better outcome, I will not be able to rejoice unless we find a solution for this issue at hand now. How will we be able to create effective decision-making structures against a backdrop like this? Let me come back to the beginning. There were so many appeals. Stick together. Act as one. The Synodal Path is so important. But did you actually nurture incorrect and inappropriate hopes for a reform process that is not realizable?
Ich würde gerne zwischendurch die Redeliste unterbrechen.
I would actually like to interrupt the speakers list in order to enable Bishop Betzing to tell us what we are in for the rest of the evening. Yes, we have actually discussed with the bishops internally. I request the bishops to come together after this discussion has been completed. They should actually come together in a separate room for an internal discussion and debate. Following that, we suggest having dinner. We really need to make sure that we stick together and possibly continue this discussion. I'm just saying this for us, the bishops, and I have no authority to speak for the the Committee of German Catholics. Well, the ZDK delegates are going to meet separately. Will we stay in here? Yes, we will stay in here. Okay, so I can say all the more. The room enables me to do so. If those priests who are not bishops want to stay with us, you are warmly invited to do so.
Dann würde ich jetzt Bischof Betzing nochmal.
Und die Laien?
And what about the lay people? Ms. Stetter-Karp. This was not a delimitation or trying to keep us separate. No, actually, it applies to them just as well. The bishops will meet in the room Spectrum.
Passt ja vielleicht.
Maybe that's an appropriate name, indeed.
Nadine Mersch hat das Wort.
Der Sozialdienst katholischer Frauen hat
The Social Service of Catholic Women has delegated me to participate in the Synodal Forum, an association where men and women are acting close to the people and to protection of life. Every day, these men and women live in a field of tension between the Church's teachings and their Christian convictions. working with people in crises, in conflict situations, and in problematic situations. All these months, I have been promoting our path, our texts, our consensus-based texts with those people, and many of them say, these texts are not far-reaching enough. I am not sure now what I can tell those in the future who are confronted with this field of tension about this church that they are such a blessing for. It's good that we are going to speak internally, and I would like the bishops to consider something in their own deliberations. We haven't just offered you words and texts in our words and letters in our texts. We have given you part of our lives. We have shared our lives with you. How are you going to handle this in the future? In hearings, we explain to you what moves us, what moves the people. We have given you so many possibilities of how to deal with this, and so many possibilities to respond. Please give us a signal of how you are going to handle this in the future. We have 32 more speakers in the list. The idea was to do our breakout sessions from 8 p.m. So the separate deliberations of the bishops on the one hand and the non-bishops on the other hand. Can we make this happen, or should we interrupt at this point? Because if every person on the speakers list talks a minute or more, we will run 30 minutes late.
Ist so? Okay, dann ich glaube, wir müssen aus der Messe raus 22:30 Uhr.
Well, then let it be like this. Okay, we will have to leave this place at 10:30. That's our hard stop, basically. Oh, at 24 hours. Okay, so no hard stop, basically. Okay, so next, Bishop Oster. Thank you very much. I am quite affected and concerned. I have no interest in anything driving us apart. You know my position, but I don't want to be accused of clinging to a church or ecclesial position just because I'm interested in holding power. When I was 30 years old and after doing other jobs and studying philosophy intensively, I changed my life and I joined a congregation because I was convinced that the church serves people by its human teachings and teachings about humanity. Intellectually and spiritually, I can say yes to and justify the teachings of the church, and I believe they are salvific. But we cannot always make ends meet in this society. I've been committed to youth work for many years, and more than 95% of young people find it difficult to accept the church's teachings, and many older people, grown-up people, have issues with it too. But whenever we have in-depth discussions, it is possible to show the church's teachings in a beautiful and acceptable way. But it's always difficult. But I don't want to be told that I haven't learned anything along this path. We need to differentiate between people. I've learned a lot from Amoris Laetitia, but I'm not going to have others tell me that what we are doing is hostile to people or promotes a church that is hostile to people. I don't feel like I'm hostile to people, and I'm not far apart from people. Let me emphasize this. And if you ask me about why so many bishops never opened their mouths, well, it was because we felt the pressure and the emotional impact, and it's not so easy to confess to this in this round. Thank you. Professor Lopudepol, please. As you can imagine, I am very disappointed, but I am not surprised at all. I am pleasantly surprised about the fact that almost 62% of bishops have agreed. I have to tell you, I'm not going to accuse or reproach anyone. Bishop Oster has always stood strongly and openly by his position. Our attempt, and not lastly, my attempt, and I have a more intimate relationship to this basic text, our intention was to create a broad basis and room for compromise. And we were subject to heavy criticism as a result. By the way, from various sides, including moral theologians who felt that this was much too balanced. What else could we have done? What more could we have done in order to keep the group together? Well, I'm at the end of my tether, but that's not so bad because there are others to pick up the baton, as it were. But I can now suggest moving on to the implementation texts. Yes, it is doable, but it is maybe not truthful, because I will stop it here. Thank you, Dr. Dörnemann. I would like to remind you of one point. Can you please use the microphone? Yes, I would like to remind you of one point that may be of high importance. As a feedback of all the 27 German dioceses, the Bishops' Conference fed back to Rome that the dioceses wish that the topics of the 4 synodal forums, power and separation of powers, priestly existence today, women in ministries and offices, and life in succeeding relationships, be put forward to the Universal Bishops' Synod. And this is a wish brought forward by the dioceses and their bishops. The bishops that have now voted against this foundational text have made clear that they are not convinced of it. But all the 27 German dioceses are convinced. So there is a hiatus, a rift between the majority opinion on the one hand and the bishop's opinion on the other. So this is something that should be escalated, and if we manage to escalate it appropriately, the synodal idea is safeguarded, and I would encourage us to do just that. Okay, thank you. Bishop Overbeck, please. In view of what has been said, I would like to open up our view forward, and I would say as a military bishop, well, crises do exist, and they are an invitation of accepting reality. This would become very clear during the Synodal Congress, the ecclesiological as well as the human questions. What is, however, more important are the arguments in favor and against, and we need to have even more space to weigh them. And we should accept this crisis that is sent to us from God, so we will really be able to distinguish the spirits. And it can actually give us the power to move forward. I believe this is one of the greatest opportunities of exercising synodality further. With the Church, we can move forward in this world, in our postmodern society. Ms. Kräuter-Kirchhoff, please. Thank you. I would like to seamlessly follow up on what has been said. I am deeply disappointed, and I would nevertheless like to bring forward a proposal as to a next possible step. The absolute majority of the faithful has agreed with this text, and what is missing is the two-thirds majority of the bishops. I find it very hard to speak to the bishops now. I think it's very hard to see this dramatic rift. But you, the bishops, following the MHG study, promised that you would tackle the 4 topics of the Synodal Path, and you promised that you would initiate a renewal for the church, and you have failed to live up to your promise for this specific topic. So now the ball is in your court. The bishops will have to withdraw. They will have to take the text proposed to them by the faithfuls, and they will need to find a 2/3 majority. We will wait for the white smoke to rise. Thank you. Ms. Zenner, please. I can fully agree with what Ms. Kräuter-Kirchhoff said. It is my wish that the bishops do their homework, withdraw, retreat, and discuss their positions internally. And I am not just disappointed, I am angry. I was a member of Forum 4. We invested so much time, and this text was so well founded theologically. And if there is so much controversy, I would have wished for the bishops to find unanimity amongst themselves before they ask a huge group of lay people to write texts. And now I really feel like you've made a fool of me. I want to ask two questions. In the run-up of this vote, why didn't you approach your brethren and discuss your controversial positions and send a sign out in the Synodal Assembly? That would have been so helpful. But as it is now, I feel like you actually held an open knife towards us and allowed us to hurt ourselves. And what have you ever asked yourselves what was going to happen if you vote no? Think of the many people who have waited for the Synodal Assembly and what sign you are sending to them. Thank you. Prelate Neha. Of course, I am disappointed about the outcome of the vote because it would have been an important foundational text. Maybe it still is, in particular for the motion of amending the basic order. If I think of Ms. Mersch and the many colleagues of the advisory services, those active in youth work, those who are confronted with a reality different from the Catholic teaching. And for me personally, in all my priestly services, the guiding maxim was what I have fought for and what I believe is epitomized in this text. But I am not totally surprised. I have been quite familiar with the Church for a while, and I would say it is part of the synodal process to learn how to deal with different positions, how to actually find a position here. This text is not going to go away. It is here to stay. It is going to be part of the universal church. So let's be hopeful. Let's continue our work, and let's actually anticipate looking back on this day from a later point of view. It should not stop us from working for the people for whose sake we have come here. Thank you. Bishop Kohlgraf, please. Professor Kohlgraf, please. Sorry. Many things have been said. There are disappointed bishops present here at this hour. I would like to emphasize this. And I'm really concerned about the tender little plans that have sprung up in the past 2 years in my diocese as well as other dioceses along the lines of this text. And no bishop will be prevented from continuing his work along the lines of this paper. Thank you. Next, Mr. Hoffmann. I've just noticed that I'm not even surprised, and this appalls me even more. I'm not even surprised. When it comes to the families, I'm afraid this resolution shows that the Church will lose even more of its relevance in these areas, and that's such a pity, including for the political work of the Church. We are losing ground, and that's a pity. I am a marriage and a family pastor and advisor, And for me, in my daily work, as well as my colleagues, it is a very heavy burden that we have received now. I am thinking of the many considerations and discussions with my colleagues who have basically withdrawn. They say, oh, let's not talk about church politics. They just perceive it as irrelevant, and this truly hurts me. Thank you. Professor Tiefensee, please. I have been asked many times about what the opportunities of this synodal process are. I always pointed to the Acts of the Apostles, where in chapter 5 it says, if it's a human inspiration, it can be destroyed. If it is inspired by God, it's not destructible. So it's not up to us. The future will show whether it was God-inspired or human-inspired. But I have to tell you that with today's vote, the synodal path has been failed, in my opinion. Of course, as Christians, we are experts in failing, but the procedure has not proven its worth. We have to actually accept this. Let's be cautious about voting on additional texts, because if the results will be similar, so many will be re-traumatized, especially those who, as victims, are present here in this room or are following us from afar via the internet. I'm thinking of gender diversity, I'm thinking of homosexuality. We run a high risk by just moving on as we used to do. Thank you very much. This is important input for the discussions we are going to have in our breakout sessions. And now, Bishop Gerber. I would like to follow up on what Mr. Tiefensee said. I am really concerned about what this will do to the souls of those who have left us and are listening from outside and who are still with us. And I think some bishops will also feel an inner movement in these minutes and hours. We, the bishops, are responsible. This vote outcome cannot be our last word as bishops. So we really need to send a signal. We need to share a message. And that's why I'm very much in favor of holding an internal meeting in just a few minutes. I believe we, the bishops, need to be able to send a message for the sake of the souls of many.
I also have a difficult time trying to say something about this, but I'd still like to thank all the bishops who voted in favor of the text. Simply because I also wasn't sure what the majorities would be 2.5 years ago when I first started out. I felt unsure about this, but it's actually much better than what the magisterium stands for. And I think also some bishops have changed, and they opened themselves up to the process, and that is why it's not a procedural question, I believe. I believe that this was a good method that we all shared openly, and this is what we wanted to have, and that it also failed at the refusal of some to speak up. So I don't think it's a procedural question. And I'd also like to say that the bishops, all bishops that took the floor, I knew their opinion, I knew their point of view. I still don't know who are the ones that voted against and what their take on this is and why they voted against. Only then can we truly let go of this. If we keep going like this, we won't succeed. We still have to have all of us take the floor, including those that might be in disagreement. Only then can we continue. Professor Salman, well, the Synodal Path was first established in order to reflect the interests of individuals and to put them at the center, those individuals that had been the victims of sexual abuse in the church context. And I witnessed it several times. The authority of the assembly is due to the fact that those affected and those of other sexual orientation were with us in this room, and that they reflected together with us to see how we as a church can get out of this problem. And these individuals are no longer with us, is what I can state. And I believe that the synodal path has therefore lost its most important basis. It's not about the fact that you cannot reject a text. It is about the way in which this rejection comes about. And I believe it is important to keep those a part of the synodal assembly for whom you initially and originally set out to embark on this path in the first place. So if these individuals leave the room, then the sense of the synodal path leaves the room. And then a second point, directed to the bishops, and there was a point where you're not sitting here as a private person. Your mandate also obliges you to be the voice, the unity of those that you represent. So it is not about, when it's not about your conscience, you're also the representative of those that you can assume as the believing people of God that you represent. And if after a lengthy period of time and in rejecting a text, then this tells me that you do not accept them as the people of God. So, Thomas and Kowiak. Now, many young people, and I can see this when looking at my daughters, many young people find a space in the youth work where they feel that they can shape a development, where they feel tolerance, where they feel equally treated. What they've seen here today and what they might also see outside is something that leaves me in great worries, because I fear that they will not only be disappointed, they'll just stay away for good. And I'd also like to remind ourselves what we originally put down in the orientation text. And it says, I'm shortening this a little bit, it says the synodal path is a path in the sense of belief that leads to judging and acting, and it lives of the perceptions, assessments, and points of view of all individuals that are members of the synodal assembly. Period. Thank you. Sister Katharina, please. So, I don't have a content-related contribution. I just wanted to say that I actually was a pilgrim on the St. Jacob's Path in the south of France and Spain, and regardless of who I talked to or who I shared my path with, I prayed a lot for this synodal path, and I cannot imagine any church that does not stay on this path, and that's why I can only call upon you and ask you to stay on this path and potentially come back and remind ourselves of the joint objective that this is really about. Thank you. Klaus Ruschinski. Well, so much has been said already. I just wanted to emphasize the aspect. I am the head of a community council, and I know that there was a lot of skepticism initially about the synodal path to see whether we could get anything changed, and we seem to be getting to this point that the failure that was projected by many has now turned out to be a reality. I just like to ask the bishops that did not consent to this to open up to us and to start a conversations. I'd like to understand why. I'd also like to explain to my communities, why something was rejected, and not just to give them some numbers. Now, Bishop Oster, you said, well, according to your feeling, you're close to reality. I can only know a column in the Süddeutsche Zeitung that says that is called a perceived reality. We live a very different kind of church in our parish compared to what some bishops might imagine. And I just think it's too bad that, as it's already been said, that this very positive synodal path now leads to this. I can only call upon everyone to stay on this path, but in the back of my mind, I can also feel what this type of vote means for the people in the parishes, and I'd like to ask you to rethink that, please. Christian Gärtner. Now, this synodal path in its current episcopal constitution, we stayed with the church with all the consequences, and this vote just shows me the crisis in which this church really is in. And I believe we need more of this synodal notion, more than we have actually implemented on this synodal path, so that we as a Catholic Church can even make any progress. Thank you. Johannes Neuput. Well, welcome to the world of those affected. The Synodal Assembly, with its vote, just experienced something that those affected have gone through a lot. Because the argument was condensed to a remote control. We didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about the arguments. So, Bishop Oster, this is characterized by you. This is something that characterizes you. I think you are open and honest, and you will be close to your to the peer individuals in your parish. And this is probably something that we should all see. Talk. Be open and honest. And in particular, those bishops that think that with a traditional or more conservative line of arguments, they would not be heard. You know, those affected, they also join us, and they rather see us from behind than facing up to us. And this is also an experience that people tend to have with bishops. Now, anyways, please take this experience to spectrum, as your room will be called. I think you have quite a wide spectrum to be covered, and all of us that stay here should also remind ourselves to look left and right and to consider other aspects. The Synodal Assembly lies and rests on this crisis of abuse, the sexual violence against children, against women, against men, and not on some ecclesiastical theologists that for 20 years now have been having conversations like this. They all have a task here in this room. They have the task of making a vital contribution to making sure that we can overcome this crisis of abuse. That's what you're here for. And I can only invite you and ask you to also implement it like this, even though this text or one text. Yes, I was about to finish my sentence. Had you not finished, interrupted me, Mr. Auxiliary Bishop. But I'll continue and end my sentence now. Now, I can only invite you to end this path, even though the stakes might be a little higher, but it's worth jumping over those stakes. Now, Bishop Meyer. Well, I don't feel at unease, but I feel like I'm in the midst of a conflict. This makes me sad, but it also encourages me. Courage to show up to conflict. We heard a lot of emotional statements, and also picking up to what Dr. Dürnemann said. You were talking about the fact that topics were defined. Yes, we defined those topics. So this text will not be put in the garbage bin. It's out there in the world. And also the Universal Church will pay attention to it. And this is a success in itself, even though right now, in terms of the vote, we might have a result that doesn't allow us to put a lid on that pot. Secondly, I believe, and I take this assembly very seriously, and I'm talking as a bishop and not as a private person. I'm not only relying on my conscience, I also have a portion of the people of God in the Diocese of Augsburg, and I have to say, not everyone subscribes to the Synodal Path. I also receive letters, other bishops as well, that say, well, if you continue like this, we will leave the church. And then one more thing, I think we should take on the conflict courageously, but we should also interpret it as a crisis and then come to a differentiation and decision. And that is why it is deplorable, but it's also an interesting situation. Let me remind you of the time limit. We still have 13 individuals that want to take the floor, and it is 8:10. Ms. Goebel, so I'd like to quote Mara Klein from the First Assembly. You should feel at unease because my chairperson is missing, and I can understand that. And this rejection is not only a rejection of a text, it's also a human rejection, and it is a failure of pastoral work, and it is also a sustained expulsion of people that should be part of the midst of our church, that should be in our midst. Thank you. So, Father Conrad, well, personally, I'm also thinking about what I should say on Sunday. I have 2 services scheduled for Sunday. We had great hopes when we first embarked on this path, in particular when talking about sensitive issues like this one. And, personally, I am left thinking that some people might say that abuse of power is something that is being continued. This story is being continued because of the votes. You see that this text is not supported, and they don't believe the text to be worth being worked on. So this leaves me quite concerned and sorrowful because, actually we increase those gaps between us with that. And that is why we now also need the sign of the bishops in a sense of unity, because on Sunday, wherever we may be, when we encounter people from our parishes, we will speak to people that might have hoped for more, wanted to have more, and then they might come up and say, at the end of the day, in spite of all the partnership consultations, some man made sure that this got rejected in the end. Too bad. Thank you. Bishop Hanke. I am one of the bishops that voted against the text, and I'm glad to be able to take the floor because it's not always been the case at the Synodal Assemblies that you had the chance to be put on the list of speakers. I did not expose myself specifically, but I also didn't hide the fact that I do not consent to the text as a whole, even though a lot of passages challenged me and encouraged me also to speak with Bishop Oster's words, learned a lot. The disappointment that rests on our shoulders, the atmosphere that is full of disappointment, also leaves me questioning whether the text was intended to be a change of the church teachings that's supposed to come into force. Was that the expectation we had for the text? Is this even realistic? Can German dioceses really go ahead and change the teachings? Now, the no votes of the bishops are not just due to personal convictions. They might also be a result of the orientation on the church teachings that's still valid in the universal church as it is received in that church. The nay votes, and I'm only speaking for myself, those nay votes don't want to discriminate anyone, because in these debates on the sexual teachings of the church, we often claim to want to discriminate people, and that's not true. I think this is a problem that we should talk about, and we should have talked about, generally speaking, because we have different understandings. Yes, diazet lepis in pebere. So this is the core of the matter, basically. Sorry if I'm trying to catch up with what I haven't had a chance to do in previous synodal assemblies. I'd also like to talk about the system of the Synodal Path, the synodal forums. Did a lot of work, very diligently, very intensively, but we never had a general debate here in the plenary. We never took the time to also really share our points of view, to get to know each other in the plenary, and to understand where we stand. We didn't have any trial votes, any mock votes, and also the publications of the last synodal assembly. This was like a thunderstorm that went down on us. It was not an invitation to parousia. Dr. Belafi. Well, in my statement during the general debate, I already made clear that I might not subscribe to every reform that we're going to discuss, but I feel ever more disappointed that we have such a negative result right here, because this is a text that I felt is urgently needed. I can only underline what's been said numerous times. I believe it is deplorable that many might not have had a chance to say what they don't like about the text, so that we can work on it some more and come up with a solution. I think this should be in the synodal spirit, but we should also take on what Bishop Oster said. What is the climate also towards those that might not represent a majority, and the majority would need to ask themselves as to how they deal with those opinions that might not be in line with the majority. Is this still part of the synodal spirit? I think we should all work on ourselves a little bit and reflect on how we stand when it comes to that. Nonetheless, this is about looking to the future, also for the next text to follow. I think we should all speak up and share with each other. It's also dramatic if we don't have a text on this issue, and that's why I can only reiterate what Ms. Kirchhoff said. We should try to come up with a solution on how we can continue to discuss and argue. I think this is part of the Synodal Assembly and should take us to some sort of result. Markus Leitschuh, I have a hope. I am hopeful, dear bishops. Those bishops that voted yes on the text, please do not remain silent, because even if you had voted differently, you now would have had to be the shepherd to implement this text in your dioceses, and please implement the text. Nobody can stop you from doing that. Stand up for your opinion and stand up for it publicly right now, ideally even today, because the result is out there in the world. We already had the German national TV show broadcasting it at 8 o'clock, but we have another news show coming up at 10:30, and then also the ZDF has another news show at midnight. You will not have a lot more time than that, because please don't forget, you want to be the shepherds. Thank you. Auxiliary Bishop Steinhäuser, you have the floor. Well, I really have a hard time speaking up here. I just out myself as someone who voted against the text. And this is not something that I consulted on with my colleagues before that. So we did not have a circle of those that wanted to vote no on that. And if you ask me, what are you afraid of? I would say exactly this situation that we have here right now is something I've been afraid of for months, because I feel such a pressure to position myself in a group of individuals like this with my opinion that might not be completely thought through all the time, that might not be at the latest theological or philosophical standpoint. And I can really tell you it is not very different in the Bishops' Conference either. I always was left with the impression that, well, you know, we were massaged under the aspect of saying, well, let's not have it fail. But it's not it's not something that can be used instead of a discussion. These are political statements. I did not set it up for failure. I'm actually quite surprised by the result. And having said that, I'd also like to be very open and honest and say a lot of the foundational text is excellent in my point of view. And I thought to myself, there is a lot in there that you could not put in any better way, but there are other paragraphs or other things that are not. And this is my honest opinion, and it would be too bad if this were just put in the garbage bin. I would like for us to see whether we can find a way and how we can find a way to deal with that. But I cannot stand this type of pressure. I did not become a bishop because people believed that I would live up to all conflicts without any problems. Thank you.
Das Wort hat Frau Klingberg.
Ms. Klingberg. The foundational text picks up on existential questions, not only of young individuals, but individuals of all generations. But in particular, we are affected by these issues in the religious, in the teaching of religion at school. And this is where we face up to that. The consensus text, as it was presented, and a colleague put it like this, it was convincing and authentic, and as a teacher of religion, I could have stood up for this because it responds to their questions. For students, it is irrelevant to discuss how many rejected, how many voted in favor. For them, it's only relevant whether the text or the statements entail answers to their questions and whether any changes result. I fear that young people will draw consequences and leave for good. And another aspect, as a teacher of religion, we are also asked via the respective bishop, via the Missio Canonica, and as part of a lot of conversations, I know that they feel this to be more of a burden, and a lot of colleagues will no longer want to take on this mission. And I believe that at the end of the day, we need to ask ourselves the question, how many young people will we reach in the end? So, Father to Els, Bishop Gregor Maria and Auxiliary Bishop Rolf, I can relate to what you just said, but I would have liked to hear that before we voted on the text, because then I would have seen you trying to share your opinion openly and to make us aware of a conflict and to potentially also bring about an amendment that would then lead to a majority vote on the text. So this minority, this blocking minority is a sharp weapon in this synodal discussion, and my sense of fairness tells me that it can only be used by those that open up and that share their open points of view, and that is why in future I will also put forward the motion that you cannot have this blocking minority without having a voting by name in the end, a registered voting. And also the committee can put forward a motion for a secret vote, but I don't think this is a possibility in our procedures. Rules of procedure. Now, Auxiliary Bishop, you talked about the pressure that you don't feel up to, but just think for a moment about the pressure that the bishops put on their pastoral workers and their priests and their communities that now have to stand up for what has just happened. Auxiliary Bishop Puff. Before the first reading of the text in this assembly, I asked the question whether it would be possible to vote on the text in several sections. Why? Because with the first reading, I found some aspects that I found good and could have voted yes on, but others I didn't like. A voting in sections was not possible, and that is why the entire text as a whole was not something that I voted in favor of for the first reading. I also voted against in the second reading because I did have some time to reflect on these issues, and I tried to also educate myself scientifically. And in some points, I'm still of the opinion that I cannot vote in favor, even though I liked others nonetheless. And one consequence of this disaster, if I may call it like this, is the question whether it's really smart that you do not have individual sections voted on so that you can potentially also modify individual segments. So why did I not raise my voice before this vote today? I did take the floor several times, but I cannot bring forward my arguments within the matter of 1 minute. Okay, Lucas Nusser. Now, on the one hand, I believe that we just managed to really hit a wall somehow. But I also have this voice inside of me that says, this is where the system shows what's wrong with it. And that's exactly the critical point. What are the attitudes that we have towards the system? And to me, the reason why we should embark on the Synodal Path is not anything. It does not mean that we have any legitimization for us making those decisions that are final. Yes, we can make statements and we can also share opinions, but this is a construction, a failure in the setup in this Synodal Path. If you wanted more dialogue, yes, of course, but also beyond the assembly. I mean, we cannot only experience this synodal notion twice a year during Mess in Frankfurt. It should happen every day in our church. And last time you asked us for more understanding for the lengthy process. If you had as much understanding from the reality of my life as I have for the church, we'd be at a different point, because it's about a different attitude and a different understanding for each other. And I think we could benefit from understanding more of what we need. You also talked about the fact that you need to listen to the magisterium and the church's teachings, but this is not all that you need to listen to. And then two more things. I understand that there are some people that left the room, and I also understand that there are some people that left the church, but these are still people that are involved in the process. Check your social media accounts. And our Instagram is flooded with messages from young people that cannot believe what we just did here.
Nicole Podlinski hat das.
Nicole Podlinski. Well, I think I'm going to stay. And I think I'm going to vote, if it's possible, on the text, the text on the agenda, because I believe it's necessary and because I believe that I have some responsibility for the Universal Church, and I want to widen your horizon a little bit. In the text that we just rejected, we had this responsibility of parenthood. We had non-discrimination and other points in there. We have organizations like Miseria, like Adveniat, lots of organizations that step in for human rights. And what should they say now? We need this non-discrimination worldwide in the Universal Church, and we would be one of the first religious communities to vote in favor of that. We still have a historic chance in our hands, and I can only call upon the bishops to find a way somehow so that we can at least vote on those points that are not so disputed, and to collect those and then potentially vote on those as part of this assembly. Thank you. Dr. Arnold. It was briefly alluded to, but I'd like to just reinforce it. This is a text that's longing for consensus. Lots of individuals were part of that, and I believe that the majority, thank you, Ms. Mock, thank you to the forum that has so intensively worked on the text. I'd really like to say a word of thanks to all of you. Now, we've already heard a lot in terms of the rules of procedure, but we all agreed to those, and now we need to accept them and live with them. And we also need to state that for tonight, the church in Germany, with its leadership, failed in coming to a new understanding on sexuality. This is something that we need to understand. And if sensuality means hearing, you need ears to hear, but there is also the need for voices to speak up. And we had the first reading, the second reading, we had hearings, we had Antragsgrün. Dear bishops, I heard what you said. I heard you saying that you had too little time, that you needed more than just the 1 minute, and you have leadership responsibility. And I also believe that you have the guts to stand up for that, even though you might be in the minority. This is part of that as well, and that is why for tonight we might have failed, but it is up to you to turn this around and to somehow set a sign so that we do not move forward and overtake the world, but so that we catch up with reality. And at the moment, I would be cautious and really have implementation text voted on in the next hours and days. How should we reassess homosexuality? How should we reassess a change in our fundamental order if we don't have an agreement on this issue? And that is why, we need to see where we are, and then we can build the house on a sound basis. Okay, we've had more than 50 contributions. The last name on our list is Auxiliary Bishop Holtkotte. I traveled here with mixed feelings. I was asked this week, well, what do you think about the trip to Frankfurt? And I said, well, I have mixed feelings, but I'm hopeful. And after this vote, I am disappointed. I am disappointed because I voted in favor of the text and because I hoped that this foundational text would be adopted. And I believe that these are questions that have been on the agenda for decades. And tonight, we could have made a good and a step that makes sense. The question for us that remains is what needs to be done for the text to live. What do we need to do in order for that to happen? Thank you. So you're ending with an open question. And we will take that on to the rest of the evening. Now, before we continue to discuss in separate rooms, I believe it is very important to have this spiritual reflection, this one moment on our common path. Will we also have food at some point, by the way? Yes, of course. Just give me a moment. Yes. But we'll do the spiritual reflection first, and then we should get something to eat and go back to our groups and do this jointly. I'm looking at the members of the committee. Have the dinner break first? Sorry, let me just double check. First the dinner break? Okay, now, spiritual reflection, break for dinner, and then we reconvene at 9:15 in the room's Spectrum, and we will reconvene here in this room, and we will not reconvene together afterwards. We hope to have new ideas and new strength tomorrow morning when we reconvene as a whole group. But for the moment, Ms. Schetter-Karp, yes, I would just like to state this invitation more openly than I have so far. Of course, everyone is invited, be it lay persons, members of congregations, anyone who is not a bishop is invited to come here and to discuss with us. So, thank you to all of you for your contributions, for this intensive exchange. And I am excited about what's going to happen tomorrow. Lots of open questions.
Mikrofon. Ja. Ich würde direkt übernehmen. Wir haben
I suggest taking over from here.
den Abendeinhalt nicht einfach machen können, wie wir
We
ihn
have considered how to proceed with the evening reflection, and we cannot just proceed the way we had planned. We are going to change our program. First, we are going to hear Psalm 22 as musicalized by Louis Weiss. It's a psalm of lamentation where hope comes in. Next, I would like to read a biblical text that we had planned, and I would like to add the Red Cross to the Synodal Cross, and I would like to then bring this brief evening reflection to an end. But first, let's hear Psalm 22 as interpreted by Louis Weiss.
Macht sich über mich lustig. Wer mich sieht, der schüttelt den Kopf. Du hast mich geholt aus dem Mutterleib. Du hast mich gelehrt zu vertrauen. Du hast mich geholt aus dem Mutterleib. Du hast mich gelehrt zu vertrauen. Entferne dich jetzt nicht, denn die Not ist
ausgeschüttet wie Wasser. Mein Herz ist zerschmolzen wie Wachs. Mein Körper ist vertrocknet wie eine Scherbe. Meine Zunge klebt am Gaumen.
Entferne dich nicht, sei meine Stärke, komm mir zu Hilfe. Du hast die Augen nie verschlossen, hast mich gehört, dich will ich ehren.
Als mit seinen Jüngern und einer großen Menschenmenge Jericho wieder verließ,
they reached Jericho, and as he left Jericho with his disciples and a great crowd, Bartimaeus, that is the son of Timaeus, a blind beggar, was sitting at the side of the road. When he heard that it was Jesus of Nazareth, he began to shout and cry out, "Son of David, Jesus, have pity on me." And many of them scolded him and told him to keep quiet. But he only shouted all the louder, "Son of David, have pity on me." Jesus stopped and said, "Call him here." So they called the blind man over. "Courage," they said, "get up, he is calling you." So, throwing off his cloak, he jumped up and went to Jesus. Then Jesus spoke, "What do you want me to do for you?" The blind man said to him, "Rabboni, let me see again." Jesus said to him, "Go. Your faith has saved you." And at once his sight returned, and he followed Jesus along the road.
Ich möchte dieses zweite Kreuz im Synodalkreuz.
I would like to add the second cross to the Synodal cross for all those who have cried tears today, for all those who are speechless, and for all those who have encouraged others.
Ist ein Arzt im Saal?
Is there a doctor in this room?
Vielleicht wird es nicht für jeden möglich sein.
Maybe it will not be possible for everybody to join us in singing at the end of this day. For this evening, we had chosen Nada te turbe as an alternating song, and we are considering singing it as a song of defiance. Toward the end of this reflection, let us sing, "Nothing should make you afraid, nothing should disturb you. God alone is sufficient." So this should be a song of defiance at the end of this day.
Nada te turbe, nada te espante, quien a Dios tiene, nada le falta, nada te turbe, nada te espante, solo Dios basta. Nada te turbe, nada te espante, quien a Dios tiene, nada le falta, nada te turbe, nada te espante, solo Dios basta. Nada te turbe, nada te espante, quien a Dios tiene, nada le falta, nada te turbe, nada te espante, solo Dios basta. Nada te turbe, nada te espante, solo Dios tiene, nada le falta, nada te turbe, nada te espante,
Dann allen eine gesegnete Mahlzeit.
I would like to invite everybody to have dinner now. Enjoy your food, have fruitful discussions and deliberations.